But we might as well just go live, shooty the poopy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Pair with the Abnormal. We are early. We said we were going to go live 7 Pacific. We decided to go live now because we've got nothing to do. This is what happens when you get over 30, folks. And it gets even worse once you get past the 40 mark.
Hey now.
We do nothing. It's the truth. You can say what you want, but it's true. Okay, so sharing is caring. If you're out there, you're watching this, please feel free to share when you first get on here so everybody gets a chance to be graced by our presence. The next thing that I will say is we're just, even though we're early, we're just kind of shooting the poopy. And we're on here right now with Nathan Withers. Nathan, very well known for, I believe, Nate, you were just telling us that you are in the Guinness Book of World Records for eating the most onions in 30 minutes.
Whoever told you that is lying.
Okay. I will have to call Shane Pittman after this.
Yeah, definitely.
And we're going to have a conversation. So you just showed us, for anybody who's coming, it's going to be a while. Like I said, we're an hour early, so it might be a while before some people start showing up. We were in the process of trying to find some stuff to show you. You went out of your way, showed us this awesome trailer. It looks great. Can I say the name of the place or no?
Yeah, go. I don't care.
Name of it? Hinsdale?
Mm-hmm.
Hinsdale? Hinsdale? Okay. What's it called?
Hinsdale.
Oh, Hinsdale. Where is that?
That's in Hinsdale, New York.
New York. Is that like, I'm guessing that's like up part of New York?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm not good at stuff like that. I just know it's in New York.
It's an uppy land, New York.
Probably.
What do they call it? No, what do they call it? Like upstate New York. Upstate New York. That's what it's called. It's got to be something like that, right? Because that's not like New York City, right?
No, it's like when I went there to go film this, even prior to this, I learned that, Buffalo area and Niagara Falls and Hinsdale are like its own like area, own thing. It should be its own everything, own state, basically. Like New York and Manhattan is like not even on the map right at that time. It's literally like 8-hour difference.
Dang.
So
it's
actually, it's in the south part of New York. It's right across the border from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, so it's like boop, boop, right there, huh? Yeah. Lots of Amish, probably. So, I have incredible news, and I'm going to share it with you guys first, and then we'll see if MaryLynn can make like a little bar that goes across. Right now, Beacon TV has decided to extend the Mary30 coupon discount code on annual memberships until midnight tonight. Okay. On top of that, I convinced them if you go to giftbeacontv.com, I think is what it is, and you decide that you want to give somebody the gift of Beacon, you can now apply that Mary30 code and give somebody the gift of a year of Beacon TV. So my goal is to try to see if we want to try to get 25 of those today. So, Mary, go to giftbeacontv.com. Use code Mary30. Man, give your friends the gift of delight and fright. Okay, that's the goal. Delight and fright, my friends. And of course, it is New Year's Eve, so we will be drink. Do you drink, Nathan?
Not really.
Because you look like a lush.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So not you don't really you don't not even like just like a little boop boop.
I'm a social drinker every once in a while, but not really.
I was
Really?
a social drinker until
I believe it. I believe it. After
I just
all the
realized the
footage
bottom
I've
of my
seen, I
shot.
absolutely believe it and understand why.
I don't get that. Look, I don't press anybody to do anything, okay? I'm a delight.
but you're encouraging.
Well, because sometimes you need encouragement, right?
You-
I'll always be there for positive reinforcement. Now, what I'm reinforcing positively may not exactly be the best choice for you, but I still support it. In fact, I'm going to go. Do you guys know what this?
She wants
I'm getting
to get on
boxed.
TV.
You want to be famous? Hold on. Come here. You can't
Minnie?
run. She keeps running away from me. Do you guys know what Prosecco is?
Prosecco?
Prosecco. Does anybody know what Prosecco is? Oh, are there people in the chat? I should probably check. Oh, Mark. Happy New Year's. Candace. Hello. Same here. You don't drink very often. Does anybody know what Prosecco is? Annie. I'm going to go get it.
I have no idea what it is.
Mike has left.
He's left the building.
I have.
It's a wine. It's a white wine.
It's a white wine? Okay.
White wine.
Okay, because I got this for New Year's. Prosecco sparkling wine.
So it's like a
Product-
champagne.
Product of Italy. Do not shake. Oh, oops. Don't open that for a minute. Oh, and I got this too. Sounds fun. Winter Jack. Has anybody ever heard of Winter Jack?
Oh,
It's spiced apple punch.
that's different.
That could
But
be
say that
delightful.
that's different. Yeah.
I saw that at my local alcoholic store, and I said, I'll take one of those alcohols, please. So we were talking a little bit, Nate, and we wanted to show you some stuff. And then MaryLynn promptly lost everything. Has she managed to find anything to show? No? Still no?
That's the
She's
look
still
at
lost.
what I'm talking about.
She's still lost in time.
Y'all keep playing and I'll keep looking.
Okay. Candace, bail money. Woo! Always have bail money when with Mike. That is absolutely true. Candace, it is, I think it's like champagne, but they can't call it champagne because I think that has to be like from a very special place. Has to be from Champagne Francaise. It'll probably punch it in me. It's Candace, you drink White Claws? Jenny! Hello, Jenny! Ooh, somebody pop in? Oh, it smells good. Oh, it smells good. What does that smell?
So how long will this podcast be tonight?
Hours. We're just going to
Hours?
stay
Go to
on.
midnight.
Okay, I may
We're gonna
pop
talk-
off for a little bit.
Yeah. Nobody
I'll
needs
pop
to
back
stick
in
around
here a
that
little
long.
In and
Okay.
out.
Sweet.
We'll
Yeah,
have
I may
people
pop
coming and
off and
going.
come back in here a little bit later, okay?
Okay.
Come on. That sounds great. We'll be here.
All right, y'all be good.
All right, you
Yeah.
too. See you in a
Bye.
Bye, Nathan. Weirdo. Oh, he's still here. Hey, what's
I
up,
heard
buddy?
bit. Mike. And this is
Try it.
recorded.
Right? I'm gonna try a little bit of this, just a little bit. Jenny, what are you up to?
So
You
I
want to come in and
have
chat with us?
the helicopter
You can-
tour.
We can send you an invite. You want to come in and chat with us? All right, so we're gonna get this. I don't know. Anybody's already partying? If you're already partying, I'm late to the game because I'm in the West Coast.
Let me go get mine. Hold on.
Okay. Yep. Jenny. Here you go, Jenny. Oh, sure. You can still pop in, just say hello if you want. You don't have to stay for long. I'll send you the link really quick, Jenny. There you go. There you go. Guys, we're gonna have so much fun, man. You know what's crazy about New Year's is I think people just go nuts, right? Like I'm always excited to see like the next day, like who found the most creative way to die, right? Like 1 year in Vegas, some guy climbed a light pole and accidentally shocked himself to death. Yeah, somebody's climbed the Paris. Ooh, chocolate cherry wine. Okay, that sounds great. Jenny needs 15, no problem. Lacey! Jamie Lynn likes nuts. Bill's got nuts. Hey, I have nuts. Bill, hopefully Bill will have my nuts ready. Balls. I got this cool shot glass. Oh, tomorrow we're gonna have so much fun. Yeah, tomorrow is our special guest will be Jenny Davis from her incredible podcast, which she is relaunched. Is lunching a thing? I don't know. Where are you guys? What are you doing to celebrate New Year's? I gotta know. Are you eating? You having crackers? You having friends over? Ron's got some moonshine. You got your drink?
I do.
All right. We're going to show you guys some fun footage. And again, you better, Jamie Lynn. You better. I can't wait to taste them myself. So, everybody grab your shot, grab your drink, grab your imbiber of choice. The churros, Bailey, I did see that. Candace is watching Murder Mysteries. I love it. You have to tell me what exactly are you watching. Trevor is in bed because you're older than I am.
Right.
Spirits of the Spirits.
Spirits to the spirits. Oh no, Annie says she's having COVID.
I literally just got over the flu. I was sick for 2 weeks. I lost so much muscle mass. I can't wait to get back to the gym. But unfortunately, because of my bad spine, all the coughing, I separated a rib and I can barely move. So might be a few more days before I can do that. But we'll get there. Alicia, hello. Oh, Happy New Year's. What are you doing for New Year's? What are you drinking? What is up? Oh, and I have this really cool thing I have to open. I'm really excited to open this. I think now's a great time. I know Dulcie's not on right now. Here's my pups. The star of the show.
Minnie.
Even though Mom is over there.
Well, for those that's just joining us too, scrolling across the bottom is the code Mary30. This is a discount code that is going to be available until midnight tonight for Beacon TV. Get 30% off, and then you can also use that discount code to apply if you want to buy somebody as a gift. And that'll be for, did you say, Mike? Yes. So you can go to giftbeacontv.com and you could use that code to apply it to give somebody like an annual. You might be able to use it monthly, but definitely to get them like a year's pass with 30% off that you could gift to them for them to use. So give the gift of delights and frights to all of your friends and family. We're trying to get 25 more by the end of the night. So let's see if we can make that happen. Hey! Oh, we have a special guest.
The myth, the freaking legend.
Yeah.
What are you up to, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys?
Wow, that's a really personal question.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, sir.
Are you guys ready to be on the show in a couple days?
Nick, I can't wait. I see you even got the train tracks back there.
It's all ready. Yep.
Have you ever been on a train?
Yeah. I've where I live, we have the Metro train station.
Do you really? I've never been on a train.
Really? It's funny that you say that because we're actually planning on taking a Amtrak train to California, do some haunted location stuff there, and then take a train back. It's 10 times cheaper than flying.
Yep.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did the bullet train in Japan.
Well, there you go.
That was interesting.
We're either thinking about California or possibly Boston to go to Salem, Massachusetts for a little bit.
That's awesome. Alicia says, I had my friends watch your guys' new episode. She loves you guys. LOL. Also, her daughter and son pointed out how MaryLynn interviewed Sam and Colby. They were excited to see you. Maybe it's somebody that looked like you? Or was it talking about you, Nick?
I have no clue.
Oh, interesting.
No idea.
I don't know.
I guess
so isn't Amtrak the company that does the multi-level marketing stuff?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
Oh, no, that's is that Amway?
I think that's Yeah, that's it's not
Amtrak.
Yeah.
Amtrak. Wait, is it Amtrak?
Amtrak that's the train. Amway is the one that's the multi-marketing.
There you go.
Okay. I get them confused. I get them confused all the time. So, Nick, where are you out of?
I'm in Illinois, or I'm like, I don't know, maybe 50 minutes from Chicago.
50 minutes from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
That's too
So, like,
close
that
to
means
Chicago.
maybe
So,
5 miles.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm in the Lake County area, so I'm like 10, 15 minutes from the Illinois-Wisconsin border.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so we're
because we're gonna see you at the Paranormal Rockdown, right?
correct. I will be there. Me and some of my other team, Shadow Hunters, will be there as well. We're really excited about this one. We love Broadhead Manor.
Oh, so great.
Can't say enough good things about that place in Bill. Like it's fantastic there.
You have a team called Shadow Hunters?
Correct. Shadow Hunters, Paranormal Investigation and Events.
Well, you guys got to be busy then, because there's shadows everywhere.
Yeah, right. We're not too busy. No, we've been doing this for about 22 years now. Just investigating the paranormal, just going around we have a great time doing it. And our thing is like, we don't care if we're on TV and all that kind of stuff. Our thing is we just want to prove to other people that ghosts are real. That's what we're here to do.
That's an interesting thing, because I think that is like the quintessential hardest thing to do.
Oh yeah, I agree. And even myself, like I've seen the weirdest stuff and all that, and I'm still not 100% a believer either, even after everything that I've seen.
But are you a believer?
Believer.
I hate Justin Bieber.
He's like, no, that's not my thing.
Nope.
But talking about being skeptical and stuff, and even as a psychic, that's where I'm skeptical. Whenever it's looking at stuff, I look at the details and is it really real? I try to debunk before I go to the paranormal.
Oh, absolutely.
When I started my adventures, and this is what I tell you all. Why debunk it? Right? Why fight it?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I think
we have freeze. Is the air conditioner blowing, or is there a window open? That's the debunking.
Right. But I think you can't bring logic logic and the supernatural don't mix, right? It's
Mhm.
it's less logic and it's more feel. It's emotion. It's imagination. It's I tell you, like I think it's very similar to role playing, right? Like D&D,
Mhm.
where you have to kind of suspend your own disbelief because you're talking about things and situations in which you yourself cannot in any way, shape, or form be an expert at, right?
Correct.
So when you think about that, and I think it's like, I think if you go looking for a problem, you look for a chink in the armor, you're gonna find one, right?
Mhm.
Everything.
You cough, you could type up on WebMD and you're 3 degrees from cancer. I mean, that's just how it is. And I think it's the same way when you're trying to debunk. I mean, if you try hard enough, you'll always find a reason to want to not believe yourself. I think it's more fun to find reasons to want to believe it.
Oh yeah, and I mean there's been so many things that we've seen and all that. And oh, Bonnie, we did have snow, but it all melted because for the past week and a half it's been 50s, 60s in Illinois. So
Hi, Bonnie.
but we
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
But I mean with the kind of stuff that we've seen, it's kind of like you were saying, like you really can't debunk it type of thing. I mean, like when you're doing EVP sessions and somebody has Taco Bell and they fart and all that kind of stuff, then obviously you got to debunk that way. But I mean, like when we've been to Indiana State Sanatorium and we captured a full figure like right in front of us and all that, like moving and all that, and you really can't disprove that when everybody else seen it, and then you actually captured it on film as well.
Yeah. And Ron says it's all dark processing. If you believe in God, then you can believe in the paranormal. I agree. Taco Bell is life. Sarah says, hi, friends.
And whenever I say debunking, it's not going in to debunk just to get it done. It's if something happens, it's, looking at what is it, could something have caused it. It's not automatically straight to the paranormal.
Because if you really think about it, like, let's take the sanatorium, right? Like, what are they doing there still? Right? How long are they going to be there for? And, like, do they ever go, yes, my dogs are playing right now. Sorry. We're having a great time. Do you think they ever, like, does a ghost need to go to, like, the store? Right? Like, can you just see, like, a ghost at a Piggly Wiggly? Right?
I mean, maybe you could, but...
I mean, because you would think that they were trying to do things that they did in life, right?
Right.
If you went to the Piggly Wiggly to shop, guess what? You might go down there for a few items. Okay? Maybe you've got really bad ghost breath and you need some mints.
That could be their routine.
You never know.
So I mean, so how come? I mean, should we be staking out Piggly Wigglies from now on? I mean, is that how does this work?
It's kind of like when like if you go to a cemetery, a lot of cemeteries are not going to be haunted because a lot of people are not going to really.
I totally agree.
They're not going to hang out now unless you go to Bachelor's Grove Cemetery in Chicago. That's different. That place is just messed up. But like an actual common cemetery that's or graveyard or whatever you want to call them, that's all over. A lot of people are not going to be there. You're not going to really go to the place that you're buried.
Well, it's because you're laid to rest, right?
Right. Now, like let's say, for example, you go to Six Flags or something. I'm sure there could be ghosts at Six Flags, which there are. I'll have to tell you guys that in private, but for reasons that I had signed something for. But anyway.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, like, going to a graveyard and stuff like that. And actually the place I work at it's got a lot of stuff to it. I work at an animal hospital, and there's a lot of euthanasias and all that kind of stuff there too. So
yeah, that's awesome.
The emotion and energy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love working there and stuff like that, but I mean, it's definitely sad when when pets do pass, and because you get the emotional energy from the owners. We still have emotional energy there, just seeing the pet put down, and because I mean we're all animal lovers there. So,
Yeah. Well, here's another one for you. Then, what about like let's say I die, right? And I'm hanging out, and I don't know anything about this afterlife. Could like other ghosts, could they approach me and be like, hey, hey, this is Tony here. He's gonna show you the ropes, huh? You need somebody to watch your back, and the next thing you know, you're in a ghost gang.
I
mean, is that a thing? You think?
I think you might be thinking too far into it.
Really?
That's the only thing I can think of. But and here's the thing: we don't know.
Because I don't want to be a newsie. Yeah, animal loss is the worst.
Oh God, yeah, it's terrible. And our animal hospital is located in a store. Well, pretty much it's inside of a PetSmart store. So, and there's energy from the pets and all that kind of stuff. And the worst though is when you get rude customers, that really brings out that energy too. So,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So Sarah says no, there's no ghost gangs. But I don't see why there wouldn't be, right? Because there are gangs now, right, in real life, and you'd think that people would try to, simulate what they had in life in death, right? Like a lot of times you kind of get stuck in a circuit, that's why you don't want to leave, right?
true.
Like you are wanting to kind of go through that process. So I would think that maybe you would have like, I don't know, like ghost cliques or ghost clubs, like is there like
Once you pass, you're going to start your own club.
I might like a ghost Costco or something.
Ghost Co.
Yes, it's a very exclusive club.
And everybody's
right,
going
folks.
to have the Wolverine thing on them.
Right.
So you're right. It's almost 6:30, so we'll go ahead, and I've got here my Winter Jack spiced apple punch. Nick, I don't know if you drink.
I do not, but Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We'll do it invisible.
Spirits to
Okay.
spirit.
Woo. Salute, spirits and spirits. Well, this is not very strong. What is this? Oh, it's because it's only 15% alcohol. It's
Oh my.
30 proof.
And that
It's
means you've
30
got
proof. That's nothing. Oh, who do we got? Jenny!
Hi.
Oh,
Hi,
boy.
Jenny!
Oh boy, Nick's on too.
He's the
Yes!
big troublemaker.
I am not a troublemaker. You're the troublemaker, Nick.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
like a you can't sit with us kind of club. Exactly, Trina. So we were just we're talking about do you think ghosts have like their own like clubs? Like yes, they're dying to get in.
The dying again. I
Do you
don't
think
know.
like there's like ghost gangs you could join in the afterlife?
Maybe if I get to that point, I want to be part of yours.
Yeah, I'd have to come up with some type of initiation.
Yeah, you would.
That's scary.
Like, because that would happen. That's a thing, right? Like, you have to be initiated into. You can tell I've been offered to be a part of so many gangs in my
Of
life.
course you have.
Oh, you know what? This actually is a weird segue, but I was going to ask you guys: have you ever had a job or applied for a job that you were just absolutely embarrassed about?
Hmm,
No.
not
No?
really.
No. What
I
about
mean,
anybody in the chat? Okay, so I have. Okay, I was on Monster.com. So this was when Monster.com was a big thing, this was early 2000s, right? And
as long as
I
you're
think
not a
the live
fluffer,
person
you're
speaking in
good.
would be great. Sarah says no. So, well, this is what happened. I applied for this place in Vegas. that was for a retail job, right? I was just looking for any type of job at the time, and it said it was a retail job, and I could do that, right? Because I worked for Hobbytown, so easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and it was called the Green Door, and I was like, okay, so it's got to be some type of
Oh boy. Was it strip
pharmacy.
club?
I thought it was like a Walgreens, right? Like something like that, like a branch, an offshoot. So
Nope.
I get my time. I go in there, I'm all dressed up in my little outfit, right? All 75 pounds of me, and I go walking in there, I got my little resume with me, right? And I open the door, and there's sex chairs, dildos everywhere.
Oh boy.
Dungeness looking. The Green Door is a swingers club, and they wanted somebody to work the register. I popped my head in, and they said, "Oh, you must be Mike." I said, "I have made a terrible mistake." And I just
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not easy work. I just, you know what? Maybe like now that I'm older and I have like no shame, I could probably do it. But I wasn't prepared. Like 19-year-old me was not ready for that.
You were only 19. Oh my god.
Yeah, I totally thought it was like a Walgreens. It was called the Green Door. Like it sounded like a health place to me.
Yeah, that sounds like a strip club.
Sounds like a
Ironically, I
head
wound up
job
getting.
to me.
What was that?
That's my annoying husband.
Bite me.
I think he meant
ironically-
it sounded like a cannabis store.
Well, oh yeah, it could have been, right? It could. Well, back then those weren't a thing.
That
Right,
wasn't
'cause
a
that-
thing that long
That's
ago.
totally- However, in that area, I wound up getting a job at Las Vegas Athletic Club, which is literally just in the same parking center, basically.
Mhm.
However, I had applied at LVAC and they had hired me on the way home. But later that day, I had another appointment to interview at a place called Hawks Gym, which is also right there, same shopping plaza. Which, thank goodness, LVAC hired me because Hawks Gym turned out to just be a gay spa.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Yes. So,
Mike, when you were applying for these jobs, did you ever do research on these jobs before applying?
it was called Hawks Gym. Hawks are cool, and I like gyms. What could possibly have gone wrong? Turns out a lot. Turns out a lot. And you know what? That's the whole point of New Year's, right? We get to go back. We get to reflect on all of the craziness in our lives, and we get to go, whew, that's no longer with us anymore. Boy, have we done some crazy stuff. Kelly, Haapala, how are you, my lady? What are you drinking?
Well, it says whiskey on my cup. I got all
Yeah.
prepared for you for tonight.
Mhm.
Woo! Jameson!
You know, Irish girl here.
I got this. Can you see that? It's called Prosecco. It is a sparkling wine, but I thought Prosecco was meat.
That's prosciutto.
That's prosciutto.
It's so close. So close. Oh man, I didn't realize that. So okay, New Year. Let's hear what you guys. Do you have resolutions?
I've got a few.
Nick, let me hear them.
Well, one, definitely, continue getting healthier and constantly, going to the gym and stuff like that, making sure that, I'm healthy for 2025 and probably for my paranormal team to just go out there, have a good time, try to explore more and not get, discouraged on stuff like YouTube and all that kind of stuff, and just not be disrespected. Put it that way. We've been disrespected in the past.
Stand in your ground.
Pretty much.
Nice. We went on early, Luna. Sorry. We're just having fun. That's a good one. You know, stand in your ground. I like that. Jenny. What you
To
got for me?
explore more and don't let anyone take my light away.
Okay, so one, it's weird that you're walking around with the light. You don't need to do that, especially during the daytime. But that's fine. Two, when you say explore more, like, what do you mean? Like, explore like a Walmart,
Haunted
explore
locations.
stuff in the bedroom? Like, what do you
Haunted
mean?
locations. New haunted
Okay.
locations I haven't been to yet.
Okay, expand your supernatural education. I like that. Kelly, what do you got for us? Now, before Kelly gets into that, she also has got the Paraventure, which is going to be taking place in May?
April.
I have a commercial for that
April.
if you want me to play it really quick.
Yeah. Why don't we do that, and then we'll get into your resolution.
Venture is a virtual paranormal event supporting the Autism Alliance of Michigan. Enjoy top speakers, vendors, and global locations online while contributing to a great cause. The Autism Alliance of Michigan provides essential tools and resources for individuals with autism, fostering hope, understanding, and acceptance. Join us to remove the fear of autism and embrace shared values. Get your tickets today.
Bitches.
I need to put that at the end of my flyer there.
Yeah.
Thank you, MaryLynn. That was
So,
great.
Kelly, what's your resolution?
Well, obviously, thank you for bringing that up. Paraventure, would love to see this be a huge success. And I will say, showing Sarah's name on there, she was added after that flyer got posted. So I am so excited to have her on there. We finalized all that in New Jersey. So we're just adding more and more people. It's going to be great and a lot of fun. And thank you to you guys being a part of it as well. Resolution. I need to, first of all, get out there more. Besides, definitely in the paranormal world, I need to do a lot more investigating this year than I did last year, including with new people, a lot of you guys too. And also personally, just getting out there more. I'm finding I hunkered down a lot this past year, took care of a lot of things, started my company, all of that. But, you need that work-life balance.
That's true. You got to kind of blend it, right?
Yes. And
that's
luckily we have lots of friends in the paranormal world, so we can be social together.
So I think that's great. My resolutions for this year. Woo!
I didn't know it was Halloween costume.
Yeah.
Might as well. I really want to get fondled by an alien. That's kind of like my number one. It's definitely big on my list.
Costume come out with the brother.
God.
No, Michael, you're gonna be probed.
I really want.
Michael, you're gonna be probed. You're gonna be probed by aliens when we get together and go to Sedona.
I hope that happens. Okay?
I will be
That would be a
videotaping
resolution come true. Okay. Perfect. Just make sure you get all the business. I don't want any soft, fluffy stuff. Okay.
Okay, and we can air it on Stream Beacon.
Right to the good stuff. That's right. So I think, well, on top of that, I want to do some more filming. Not only do I want to do season 2 of Pair with the Normal, which we have 4 more episodes that are going to come out in February. We're just taking a small break, allowing some editing and stuff to catch up. But I also have a couple of other projects that I really want to work with. One of them specifically being with Sarah Lemos. So I'm really excited that she's been hanging around, and we got some cool things planned with her. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I really want to try to be more inclusive with some of this premium content that we're making. So we're doing, on top of Pair with the Normal, we're trying to film more things that would be more inclusive, so we could have people like, you know, Bill involved, Nick involved, Jenny involved, Kelly involved, so we can kind of, everybody can kind of get in and just kind of have fun, right? I think anybody that knows me knows that you know, I'm not going to take it too serious. I also don't take it, you know, I don't want to say that I take it for granted, but you know, I try to find that happy medium to where, you know, for me, it is an experience. It's a youthful, fun experience. You know, it's a lighthearted experience. I'm not there to make fun of you, the ghosts, or anything like that. If you watch any of my specials, you kind of get
You're
that
just there to
vibe,
be
so-
yourself.
Yep.
Exactly, right. I think that's how we all are, right? Oh no,
Yep, I figured
you're
it
good.
out.
Yeah, you're good. So we have with us now Slick Billy, aka Bill Wolter. He is from Broadhead Manor, and now Nick and myself, we will be seeing him very, very shortly for the
I'll
Paranormal
be there.
Lockdown. I think everybody will be there,
I
right?
believe so. Yeah,
I think so.
everybody I know.
Yeah. I think all of us. Kelly, are you
I'm
gonna be there?
trying to. Yeah, definitely. I don't want to miss it.
It's getting bigger and bigger every day.
Okay,
I mean, it's just growing and growing and growing. Am I ready for it? Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah, and I think Candace is in there somewhere. Hi, Candace. Oh yeah, there's
Bill's
Candace.
not-
Bill's
Yeah,
nuts.
my nuts
Yeah.
are great.
My line better be ready.
Well, when
I'm
you're
just saying.
looking, Michael. Here. How's that? Can you see it?
Oh Jesus!
Those are great. Those
I was
are great.
about to be worried.
right?
Right?
Did anyone screenshot that?
Or not
Yes.
really screenshot
Right.
that.
Got the camera
There you
right
go.
here.
Right? So, Bill, what's your New Year's plans, man?
What am
What are
I
you doing?
doing? I'm
What are you up
sitting
to?
here talking with you guys.
Yeah. I think great. I freaking love it.
We got three or
And,
four people over. We just got done with a huge meal, and now everybody's just downstairs snacking. And I brought up something to share with you guys. Oh,
Woo!
and
I'm game for that. Let's do it.
well, Michael, you're always talking about your shot glass. What do you got for tonight? Now see
Yeah.
this one? No,
Look
no,
at
no,
that.
no. I bring out the big guns.
Damn.
That is the legendary.
That looks like a
shot
bomb.
glass.
Oh my god.
Dang.
So give me a second to pour it up.
Well, let's go ahead and get. Now, everybody, we have to be really careful because Nick is a violent lush, it turns out.
How did I
Cheers
get
to
stuck into
everybody.
this?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Spirits.
Spirits of spirits.
There you go.
Woo!
9
Man.
shots down. Let's go more.
Let's do it.
I think we're like
We'll
4
get
shots
there.
in
We're gonna get
already.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is only 30%, so this is really like nothing. I didn't know it was only 15% when I bought it. It said Jack Daniels, so I just picked it up.
So it's almost like you're drinking milk.
Turns out it's
Happy New Year, buddy.
basically it's spiced apple punch. I was like, oh, that sounds delightful because I like the Crown Royal apple, but that's 40%. That's like the real deal. This is only
Mine's actually
15%.
33.
Where the hell did all that? Where did the alcohol go? Where did it go?
Hell, I don't even know what tequila we've got.
It went to the spirits. The spirit shaker.
Spirit
Yeah,
went
that's
to
what.
the
That's
spirit.
where it went.
Yeah, the spirit went to the spirits.
So Jenny, you are coming to Arizona in
Yep,
January.
24
right?
days.
24 days. Now, Kelly, you live in
Yes.
Detroit-ish
Yes.
area. So, and Nick, you're kind of in that area-ish too. You're right on the Wisconsin-Illinois border. Same thing with Bill. He's right there on that border too. I don't know. Are you at home or are you
I'm
at
at
Broadhead? Okay. So this is just warning. You know, there is some type of polar vortex that's coming
Yeah, I
our
don't
way.
like that.
So you guys out
We
there,
know it's coming our way.
be very, very
we
careful.
looked, and thankfully it's all going south, not north.
Okay. Thank the Jeebus. I always worry about all my friends that I have up there because I live in the desert, man. So I don't have to worry. Like, I don't think I've actually been in the snow since I was
You're not
like
missing
16.
anything. So.
You're not missing that. You're not
No.
missing that.
It was the worst. I remember they told me to dress warm. I'm like, sure. So I threw on like 2 pairs of pants, a couple pairs of socks, like a couple of sweaters. How bad could it be? I've never been so cold in my life. We get to the lodge after playing in the snow for a couple hours, I guess. I'm soaked and I can't feel my ass. And they have these heaters in the hallway.
Don't say a word, Bill.
They have these heaters in the hallway, right? So I go up to one of the heaters in the lodge and I just pull my pants down and I stick my butt on the heater and I feel nothing. I go, nope, I'm done. I'm never coming back to the snow. I'm going to lose my ass. Not happening.
Now there's going to be a freak snowstorm in July for the Paranormal Rocktown.
Right?
Right? Watch. It's
It was
coming
cold
free.
for us last February,
Yeah.
Mike, when you were here at Eloise. No snow, but it was cold for you guys.
No snow, but it was super cold. Oh, dude, that was probably one of the coldest nights of my life.
Mhm.
It was so cold at Eloise, like you really you couldn't even enjoy.
I would
You
love to
couldn't
go to
enjoy
Eloise.
like
I love Ellering.
not February. Okay, I'm here to tell you right now, it sucked. Okay, it was a lot of fun, especially watching Shane get around on a scooter, but like it was so cold. Like I was pretty convinced if Shane were to have fallen over, he would have just
You want to
shattered.
talk about cold? Go to Broadhead Manor when it's cold,
Yes.
right, Bill?
Oh yeah, no, let's not do that. Nope.
How
Right
cold
now,
was
the
it in the building?
temperature. Right now, the temperature outside is 36 degrees. You're in Belvedere. Broadhead is 34. Inside that building, it's maintaining 20 degrees.
Oh.
Nope,
Dang.
I'm good.
Candace is saying 7 degrees right now. So where are you at, Candace?
Yeah, it's about 32 in Illinois right now.
It's
She's
26
south of
here in the
Bonnie by
Twin
2
Cities.
hours.
It's 42 here in Texas.
26.
Nice.
Yeah, we have 32 here.
And how warm is it in Vegas right now?
Michael.
It is currently 45.
Oh.
Aww.
So yeah, I am the warmest.
Oh no, Alexa says it's 51 outside.
What? There's no
Wow.
way.
Oh,
Alexa
That's a
said
heat wave in
51.
Illinois
I think
right
she's
now.
lying.
that's a heat wave. I just hope
I
I just hope
love.
when I go to Arizona next month, this coming month, it's at least 50.
Oh no, it won't be.
Unfortunately.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be cold, especially when you're where you're going up near
Yeah.
Sedona. It's gonna be cold as
Well,
balls.
I fly into Tucson and then I drive up to Sedona, so maybe.
It might be warmer in Tucson, but by the time you get to Sedona, it's gonna be.
Well,
cold as
not
balls.
as cold as Minnesota, so I'll be fine.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
Minnesota's cold.
Yeah.
Well, right now we basically have closed down Broadhead Manor. I haven't been there for over 3 weeks now.
Wow.
Just due to the temperatures.
Due to the temperatures, and yes, we can have people investigating, but if you want to
It's
investigate
too
in the cold, that's your option. But my ass is
Mhm.
not going to sit in that cold waiting for your ass to get out of my building.
Yep.
I do not blame you. Yeah, that is awful.
I mean, it's just
Um,
it's just way too
all right.
cold inside the building. I mean, whatever the temperature is outside, average that temperature is going to be 10 to 15 degrees colder inside the building because that concrete holds that cold in.
Yep.
That's why when it comes to July, June, July, we have air conditioning in the building because the concrete is radiating that cold out still. So we got a nice air conditioned building. When it's out, you're out there sweating, and now it's nice and cool in the building.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely got lucky for spirits in the spring.
Yeah, we did
this year. It was nice though. Like the temperature was perfect, and
temperature was perfect, but everybody noticed that coldness as they walked through the halls.
Yep.
I mean, the temperature outside was 40 to 50 degrees, maybe a little more, almost 60 during the day that day, for those 2 days, and then inside the building it held between 40 and 50 degrees.
Yep.
So everybody inside's like, let's go outside where it's warm.
Let's do it. Folks, we're going to cycle through some guests. So I would like to say au revoir to Ms. Jenny and Nick. You two can stick around. You guys got in. But come back. Come on back. We'll be on for a while.
I'll be talking to you tomorrow night.
Let me know when you're ready to come
I'll be on with you tomorrow night.
Happy New Year's, guys.
That's
Bye.
true. Yes. And catch Nick's new show, Paranormal on the
We will
Tracks,
be there
right?
his first guest.
This Friday. Yep,
This
7:30 Central
Friday.
Standard Time.
I'm going to wear my good panties.
Perfect. Can't wait.
That'll be great.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
There,
All right, bye, guys.
See you, buddy.
Michael, when you come up, I'm going to order you a special pair of panties.
I love it.
Mike, I
love
feel
it.
like I always
Okay,
say
you
this,
got-
but as long as his pants aren't crotchless, he should be good.
I know. That happens more often to me than it really should. That's
Especially when you
need
buy
them
them. Sorry, Marilyn.
Or when he needs them to be
we've got
crotchless.
Josh Purvis is about to join us. So I need to just clear a little bit of room so we can get Josh Purvis in here. Slick Willie, where's your other
My
half?
other half is sitting downstairs working on 2 new masks. Yes.
Really? Oh man,
He's,
that's awesome.
he's teaching one of the our grandkids. He's teaching her how to paint and do different things, and everybody else that's downstairs is watching him do it.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's our exciting
Okay.
New Year's Eve.
That's
Is
pretty awesome.
we got a couple of the grandkids here. We got a couple of our sons here, and we're just hanging out, eating, and having a few drinks, and gonna celebrate New Year's and go to bed.
So here, I think we got a couple of supernaturally, astrology, psychic people on here. Is there any giant significance to, the new year? I mean, is there something special about, New Year's Eve into New Year's? Is there any type of like spiritual or psychic awakening or event that takes
Getting
place?
the old and bringing in the new.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep. Releasing all of the negative
Okay,
and all the things that has brought you down for the year before. You're going into the new year free and clear.
And this year is special because we're going out of whatever the old age. I don't know how to put it any other way. The old era or age or whatever you call it. Like now we're going into the new age, which is the age of Aquarius, and that's the whole new thing. And this does have significance from what I understand, because I've already started to feel it. I'm starting to get refreshed. I'm starting to more than I was last year. I'm really pounding into getting things done this year.
I think that's awesome. So, is that similar to like Uranus being in Lemonade or whatever?
MaryLynn will have to answer that one because I really don't know. Because my anus don't go near lemonade. Jenny Davis just wrote out what the explanation is.
Well, plus with New Year's Eve, I always clean, declutter. I do everything I can. I do all my laundry. I, make sure that I'm taking care of everything New Year's Eve, and I'm not doing it New Year's Day because I don't want to go into the new year washing away my good energy or I don't even do DIY projects on New Year's Day. So I follow those rules significantly as much as I can.
Well, I'm glad you at least wash your clothes once a year.
Well, and that's the thing too, is like I've always believed that however you spend your New Year's Eve going into the new year is going to be kind of what's coming in for you for the year. So if you're having a bad night or whatever, you're going to take that with you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your whole attitude and everything too. If you're focusing, your perception and what you're focusing on, most definitely.
Yeah.
So if it revolves around like what you're doing, like does that mean like now would be like a bad time to join a gang?
if you plan on dying, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, so I think New Year's, I'm weird because I don't really much care that for holidays. Because to me, I just see like an inconvenience, to be honest. I just want to, live my life. And then these darn holidays come in and they just muck everything up. You know what I mean? Stuff closes early.
You got to spend more money.
Exactly right, yeah, and it's like, oh man. And I used to work at a casino, and a casino on New Year's Eve. Get out of freaking town! There is nothing worse. Like I understand that people like, well, I worked, retail for Black Friday. No, I've done that too. Nothing is as bad as working in a casino from 3 to 11 on New Year's. Because you get out at just the right time to have dealt with all of the chaos prior, and then you get out. And here's the thing: especially on the strip, you cannot park on the strip. You can't do it because it's all closed off. So you have to park anywhere else. You have to take some weird tram. I usually parked like 2 miles down the road and just walked. That's what I did. But even then, you still have to get through like this throng of millions of people. And I worked at the Monte Carlo, and I just had to get to Tropicana. It's literally the Monte Carlo, New York, and that's Tropicana. But just to make it that far, it would already be New Year's. I mean, an hour would pass just trying to get through that because it would be so thick with people. There's nothing. And then you got people vomiting. You got prostitutes out. You got dudes getting beat up by prostitutes that are out. You got, I mean, it gets nuts. It gets pretty wild. So I don't know. You guys probably don't have that problem in, Detroit or.
I used to work in the bars, when I was younger, and I mean that's similar where you're seeing all kinds of walks of life, and they're there either to drown their sorrows or to celebrate or whatever the case may be. So I can understand to that extent.
Well, last year we did New Year's at Broadhead, and we had about 25, 30 people come up there, and we just karaoke'd all night and brought in the New Year and everything like that. It was great doing it in the gym, but then all of a sudden the temperature went, we're done. And we all ended up going home that night because there was not one of us who was going to spend the night in that building. One, the spirits were way too active. And then two, people were it was just too cold. We could not get the rooms we wanted heated. So.
Do you think spirits are more active the colder
it is?
No,
it's the more people that are providing the energy they need. At Broadhead, it's a rule of thumb for me to crank the music before all the investigators get there. Crank up the music as loud as it'll go, create the tones, the frequencies, and everything that they love and enjoy. as soon as the investigators get there, they're bringing out their equipment and just setting it on the table, and all their meters are going off the charts. They're like, how in the hell is that happening? And I said, it's the music. All the spirits in the building have come down to listen to the vibrations, gain their energy. As soon as I turn the music off, they're going to go to their designated areas, if you want to call it, or where they like to go. And then you guys are going to get stuff all night because they've got that energy built up in them now to play with you. And when we had the party there on New Year's, I was trying to prove, they got me on videotape a couple times with REM pods where we set REM pods across the table and they weren't going off. And then I walk up to the table and I said, turn the music up. The minute we turn the music up, you watch every REM pod going off on the table. I said, light them things up. And they were keeping up to the beat of the music and everything. And everybody's like, well, it's the frequency of the music setting off the REM pods. I said, turn the music down. Turn the music down. The REM pods are still going insane. And I said, now where's the music? And why would it be still going off if the music was playing? There's some fun stuff.
So it's interesting that you say that music is kind of like this energizing factor. I always thought, because ghosts were white, it would have been cocaine, like Castro. But that makes more sense, right? I don't know that ghosts.
I thought you were going to say we don't have any rhythm.
But
us white folks don't. That's
ghosts
true.
are not white. Every time I see a shadow in my building, that sucker's black.
Well, that's true, right? But it's so crazy. But people get the tattoos, and the tattoos of like the ghosts, white sheet. I just thought it was a used Kleenex.
That's one reason, though, when you're talking about the music and the activity, that's one reason why I love the Whitney is we have, the big mansion that's the restaurant, and there's constant activity going on there and people throughout the parking lot, everything else. And then the back carriage house is seeing all that activity from everybody walking around, and they're all happy and so we'll always go into the carriage house first before we bring people, tell them what's about to happen. We're going to introduce guests and do all of that. And we have our paranormal dinners that they're brought in for. And I used to do that with my team, Haunt Investigators of Michigan. And now I do it with the team we handed it over with, Die Paranormal, with Heather and Chad. Mm-hmm. So I still help with all those, and we love it. I mean, the only thing is that it does get cold, like you said, in the carriage house, because there's no heat, there's no light, right. Nothing like that. But I will say, because we have the dinner first and there's lots of alcohol flowing, by the time they come over to the carriage house, I have literally had people fall on my back coming down those stairs of the carriage house because of how much alcohol they've had, or they don't whisper or anything. And
sounds like a party.
Josh has been there in the carriage house with the Whitney.
Yeah, the Whitney, man, that's an awesome place.
Yeah,
Sweat Willie, what's up, man?
Hello, friend.
What's happening, boss?
Oh, just trying to stay afloat.
Me too.
We just had a hello, friends, from Richard Johnson, a man so nice they named him Dick twice.
You make me spit my drink out.
Come on, just in time, Josh.
Oh my God.
He usually gets me.
Josh, how are you, buddy?
So we've been died from the flu.
They can
so
go.
That's good.
I survived. I still have a little bit of a cough and a little bit of a nose blowing thing, but I'm way better than I was.
At least you're blowing your nose, not something else.
We've been telling people about
That's true.
What's that? Yeah.
I don't know. Bill, you can multitask, so.
Oh, I know he can.
What's up, Trina?
Hey, Josh. We've been telling people about going to giftbeacontv.com, and which you can use the product, the discount code Mary30 and get 30% off an annual pass that you can then give to one of your friends. And maybe 2025 is the year for us to give back. So give back
the gift of delights and frights. Okay,
Delights and frights. Oh
Beacon
my
TV. Yes. Obviously, I'm the delight part.
Oh, geez.
Oh, jeez.
So, Josh, rumor has it that filming is getting ready to begin for
yes,
Paranormal Mysteries.
man. Let me tell you, it has been a challenge trying to get the first leg of this production schedule worked out because of the holidays. There's all these little nuance things, especially when this, we have a little bit of a bigger crew this go round. Of course, we have three cast members too that we're having from all parts of the country, having to organize all of that. And the very first location we're going to is literally out in the middle of nowhere. So trying to logistically handle that too. So then the hotels we're staying in are an hour and a half away from the place. That's the nearest hotel. Yeah.
Oh my God. So how did you decide the location?
So our showrunner / I would say director of photography with Rob Safi. He's kind of the one heading all of that stuff up. So you guys may not know who Rob Safi is, but Rob Safi is the brains behind the Holzer Files show. Nice. He's behind that. He's behind Paranormal Lockdown. He worked as a camera guy for Ghost Adventures way back when. So he's, the Dead Files, you name it. His resume is insane. So
how is Shane taking to all of a sudden being the bottom of the totem pole?
So I will say this: the challenges. Of course, he's excited about doing the show, right? I think everybody's excited that the team's getting back together and everything. Being the owner of the network that it's airing on obviously gives these new challenges to how you operate so when you get casted for a show, you get paid X amount of dollars, and your contract's your contract, right? It's whatever you decide on. So he's the one making those decisions now, right? For this show. And so having to, it's just different, right? It's just different.
It's going to be.
When you're going to be affected on both sides of that as a cast member and as production behind the scenes and as the network, right? So, we essentially end up wearing, 2 or 3 hats in this one. So, that all being said, again, the biggest challenge that we had is we did not book. So we had every location booked except for our first one. And that the date we were trying to get that first one on just was not happening, because we got to be at our first location January 3rd. And we were reaching out. And the way we have this set up is we had the location after this one booked. So we needed this one to be within a 2-hour vicinity of that to be able to stay on schedule with production, right? To be able to get there and film and do what we need to do. Yeah. So that presented a lot of challenges. It already narrows down the playing field of where we can go. And
come to Brandon.
Oh, I know, man. I know. So we, essentially what it ends up being is we're calling all these people, and because of the holidays, they're either just not answering, right? Because nobody's doing anything. It's so close to Christmas at this point. And so we're just calling all these people, or we're getting to know because they are already got something going. And then we had these wild occurrences where people had such they wanted us to come, but due to some insane storm or something, they had a lot of damage done to their properties. And, stuff of that
Oh my
nature.
God.
So it was like call after call after call. And so Shane and I, we had one that we get kept in our back pocket that we knew we'd be able to potentially reach out to. And it was near the other location. So we went ahead and decided to do that. But we also knew that the challenge with that is it is way far from civilization. There's nothing there. So
on this Paranormal Mysteries, how many bathrooms can we expect to see?
Honestly,
in the
dude, I
episode?
don't know. I think you take the cake when it comes to the bathrooms, buddy. I think you're going to
Fair.
still maintain that pedestal, where you can spot them a mile away.
It's true. Right? That's true. I know where the dirty deeds are done.
Yeah, so we got some. We do have some cool locations. Really hope that it's popular enough where we can continue doing more seasons down the road.
So, do they basically reprise their
Yes.
original roles?
Yes.
From
So-
like the Wolter files. So is Shane just the equipment guy?
Yep. So you'll see a very familiar, I guess, team in the way that they did things on the Holzer files, right? So you'll see that. So the biggest difference is that they are now creating the case files. I don't know that we've exactly said that, so you probably are hearing it here first. That is the biggest difference to it. So
wait a minute. When you say they're creating the files, are they committing the murders?
No. So we have good stories that we are pursuing, right? But at the end of these episodes, so if you watch the Holzer files, they were literally
they're all by
right,
Hans
and they were
Holzer,
literally
right?
case files that he kept, right? And so they would pull those and base their episodes off of that. So what we are doing is to kind of continue this legacy of creating, I guess, a library of case files. They're going to be doing that now, right? So, and the way we kind of view that is, maybe, years down the road when we're all gone, we'll have these case files for all these cases that we're doing for Paranormal Mysteries.
So could you have called it like the Schmolzer files?
We could. I'm sure we're probably already hurting some feelings at some level. It just kind of is what it is. But at the other side of that, listen, the viewers want them back. They wanted them back. They wanted to be back. So, that was enough for us to say, let's make sense. No, Cindy will specifically not know the locations we are going to. So as we have our creative meetings and are building our outlines and stuff, because again, I'm working production on this. She is not part of those.
She does the spirit writing, right?
She'll be doing a little bit of everything, whatever she feels she needs to do in the minute.
Don't be surprised if she writes about me.
She might. Your energy will just be so strong from all the way over in Nevada.
That's awesome. Exactly it. She's gonna be like, I keep writing the word Mike and I feel gassy.
And so to that point, Jenny, like, she doesn't even show up at the location until we need her to. So all these locations, we're making sure that she has like her own vehicle to get there, because she won't be there with us majority of that time, right? Until we're ready to do that part.
You should get her like a Vespa scooter. That'd be hilarious.
I can imagine putting her on that for an hour and a half drive to Podunk nowhere.
Yeah. She just rolls off that cliff.
Yeah, it'd be awesome, right?
Yeah. Great gas mileage. Oh, there's that.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Dave Schrader does to Shane Pittman either, Jenny. I think, yeah, I do.
You got your drinks? Everybody got their drinks?
Actually, Mike, this right here, what I have is from the Belvoir Winery.
Oh, no way. How cool is that?
I switched down to 3 this time.
Okay, smart man. Spirits with spirits.
So yeah, we've been hard at doing that. You know, we had a meeting today, basically. Again, because of the holidays and because of how that stuff lined up, it's just been hurry up and wait, and then you're kind of like sweating bullets because you're like, I still have things to do and things to procure, and I have like 2 days before we leave. Right? There's just things that have to be done, and it's the holidays have made it nearly impossible to get some of it done. So
when you have these conversations, you guys get together, you have these meetings. I mean, who is bringing up my name more, Cindy or Shane? Like, which I feel like it could go any way.
Yeah, it
either
depends
way,
on what day it is, man. To be honest.
Okay, that makes sense.
Depends on what day it is.
That makes sense. So, is Shane going to have? Are you going to bring the scooter?
I haven't actually, and I don't plan on it. So, the first locations I will tell you will be.
What are you going to just like throw them into the location and say lay there? Until...
No, so actually he's been, of course, in proper Shane fashion, he's been super worried about that. You know, he always does. And I think so he's been doing a lot of things in preparation for it to try and, kind of get himself into it. So I think he'll be okay.
We love Shane.
It'll be helpful that he doesn't necessarily have to do a lot behind the production of stuff this go around. So,
Kelly has offered to give him.
Perfect.
Rides.
Well, I was going to say no RV this time, right?
So actually, for 4 of the 6 episodes, we will have the RV. The 2 of the episodes are so far out of the way, it's gonna be fun. It's going to be interesting. Even getting all this equipment to where it needs to be is going to be fun. And I have about a week or so to get that figured out. We're going to figure it out, though. It'll work out. It always does. I guess Bonnie meant Paranormal Mysteries. So we're looking at these episodes being an hour long. So.
Okay.
I was going to say, when does the Beacon documentary come out, Josh, where it's the behind the scenes and the RV and everything else?
Yeah, so, that's actually a good point, Kelly. I think something that's going to be really new in regards to this kind of stuff is you're going to be able to see kind of in the moment behind the scenes stuff, because we'll be doing some little behind the scenes videos as we're going, and we'll be putting them on social media and stuff, which is something like network television never allows, right? It never happens. Like, you don't do that. It's always been something that we want to do. We have to be careful about when we do it. So we're going to be taking lots of videos, and then as soon as we're able to put them up on social media, we'll be doing that.
I want to do a paranormal investigation that's not actually a paranormal investigation. It's just one giant commercial.
Isn't that what you always do?
Pretty much.
Dang, Bill is on fire.
Right? Yeah.
You've met your match with that guy. Jeez.
Yeah, it's true. Of course, I learned I wasn't allowed to say Slim Jim on the air. I had to say generic meat stick.
Dude, still, it is the best 10 minutes of content ever. I love it. It's so good.
That tent scene, tent scene gets me every time.
Dude, it is. Kelly, would you not agree that is a hysterically funny episode? Like, it.
Oh yeah, I've literally watched it probably 20 times already, and I made family watch it too.
It is so good.
Which they love.
It is a hoot, man.
We have Jason and
Jason. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy New Year.
Yeah, let's give Jason a congratulations too, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I saw
Appreciate
that on Facebook.
Appreciate that.
What did you like have a kidney stone or something?
Yeah, I did that, and then once I did that, I proposed to my girlfriend inside the Hinsdale house on Saturday.
Oh, congratulations!
Congratulations!
Yeah, and she actually said yes. She didn't get scared and run away.
Awesome.
Wow.
It was a good time. It was a good weekend.
Too, man. What's up,
yeah.
Katie?
Hi, guys.
But with everybody, I'm going to run for a little while. I'll come back
Sling
and around if
Willie,
you
you
want
gotta
me
come
to.
back, buddy.
Come back and hang out.
Give me about an hour and I'll be back. tend to the
Okay.
grandkids.
All right.
Okay.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you
Yeah,
too.
you too,
Take
buddy.
care.
Yeah,
Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year, man.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hi, Slick Willie.
Katie, you've got, is it called Booze on the Battleship?
What's that?
Is it called
That's
Booze on the
right.
Battleship?
Booze
Is that
on the
what it's called?
battleship. Yeah, what a monster that
Listen,
I
man.
created.
Katie.
Holy crap.
Like, I just woke up and saw the added list. I was like, man, she was just bringing the smoke this time.
Yeah, you know, it started out. You know what, Josh? It's going to turn out to be a Beacon family reunion, really,
Oh, I'm freaking
because
telling you.
80% of the people coming are all Beacon people, and I didn't realize that at first. And I'm like, well, shit, this is pretty awesome. So.
Yeah, you know, when I saw the list, I told her, I was like, man, you've got like some of the best out there for this event.
So I have to admit I'm partially responsible
Yes,
for that.
you
And I
are.
apologize.
No, don't apologize.
What had happened was, and he'll never admit it, but what had happened was Brian Murray hits me up, and he's like, "Oh, I see you're going to. I see you're doing the battleship." I was like, "Ah, man, it's gonna be great." He's like, "Oh, wow, I wasn't invited." I was like, "Oh, well, I mean, do you want to go?" He was like, "I was like, I could ask." He's like, "No, don't ask." I'm like, but you want to go? He's like, "Well, yeah." He's like, "But I don't want to ask you. I don't want to be that guy." I was like, "All right, cool, no worries, don't worry about it." So then I just hit up Katie. Was like, "Hey, you know, if you have an opening, Brian and Rochelle would really like to
Katie,
go."
you say that about Beacon too, and like, so people have low key just assumed that we're the ones that brought all those people together, and I'm like, no way. Like,
No.
that was all Katie there.
That was me.
It was all kind of organic.
It was.
Which, you know, again, some of the best people that we worked out there, especially like in the event space and everything, because you do, you know, being a paranormal investigator is one thing, but doing that and like guiding people through it is kind of this whole other monster. And you want to make sure you got these like high energy people or people that are going to have fun with it, right? And keep people like engaged. That way they are not only learning things as they do this stuff, but they're also, you know, getting their money's worth and having a good time in the process. And you've got some good ones for that.
Well, tons of incredible people and Shane Pittman.
Poor Shane.
Not so incredible Shane Pittman.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you've got some great people on that. Yeah. So
yeah,
I was like, man,
we got some new.
Well, I do like booze and I do like battleships, so maybe I need to come south again.
Like I'm telling you, Jason, like this one's going to be one of the top lineups for the year, I think, in terms of like.
This lineup is so incredible; it'll put hair back on your head.
Guys, you're making me really nervous.
I don't know. It only grows in weird spots. So
no, but Katie, here's the thing: like the people that you have, and I told you this before. The people you have with you, we all know how to do this, right?
Yeah, I know.
So
yeah, you're right.
You're not going to have to really coach us and lead us on anything. Nope. Obviously, you set the ground rules as your event, but all of us.
We're going to sell the heck out of those tickets.
We actively all do this stuff all the time. So
right. Yeah, I'm not nervous at all.
While we're talking about that, you really want people to go to this event, guys. You got to get them to watch Beacon TV because 80% of the people going are stars on Beacon TV. So please giftbeacontv.com. You can go there and you could buy a subscription for your friends and use code MARY30 until midnight. Now there's only 25 of them left, so we're trying to get rid of those before midnight.
Less than that now, so they better hurry up.
Yeah, so hurry up, get in there. It's going to be awesome. That's going to be great. So,
don't push
Jason, you're in the process of writing a book, right?
I'm writing book 2 right now.
You've written 2, right?
And actually, his first book, I actually have a short story in there for it. So.
You do. It's a really good story too.
Really
so the second book that I'm writing right now is just all my personal experiences. A lot of the stuff that has happened over the last year, the touring around, West Virginia, and upstate New York, and a whole bunch of places here at home in Canada that we've done. And then a third book, because I can't do anything simple. I'm going to write 2 more books. So one coming 2025, and then another collection, which is a sequel to the first book, coming in 26. So I'll be collecting more stories as well right now for like the next year. I'm doing all that writing, and I'm still booking.
That's a whole lot of
lot coming, and still not a star on Beacon TV yet. Maybe one day. Never know.
You never know. I know a few people.
Interject for one second, Jason. I've never had the pleasure of meeting you. So can we take 30 seconds?
I haven't either yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
I haven't met you, so can you for anyone who might be watching who doesn't know who you are, like me, who are you? What do you do, and what are you all about?
Absolutely. So I am a Canadian. I live just outside of Toronto. I have been a researcher in the paranormal and high strangeness for over 25 years, but I've been living under a rock and not been social networking until the last 2 years when I started writing my book. So that's why a lot of people don't really know who I am. So I've been just working on networking while I'm writing. I started a podcast called Elements of the Unknown with the fellow co-host. And then we started doing some YouTube, and then just started re-exploring. I've had teams, I've done exploring on my own, researching, collecting haunted objects, and doing all kinds of high strangeness research. So yeah, it's everything all in a melting pot at once. I used to just believe in ghosts, and then something kind of opened the rabbit hole for me a couple years ago, and now I'm just deep diving on everything.
Nice.
So that's where I'm at, and I'm just happy to enjoy the entire field and keep researching. I love having deep conversations on some really high strangeness stuff. Welcome, Vince. Happy New Year.
Hello. Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Deep diving.
Have you been sick?
This is the man that goes dumpster diving, and everybody's forgotten treasures.
I didn't even see that I was joined in.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't either at first.
Getting over COVID. Well, I'm on the phone because
dude, that sucks.
I'm on the phone instead of my laptop. I'm in New York currently, so
COVID is not fun, my man.
That's okay.
No, it's the worst.
So, Jason, so when was the last time you did any jazz hands?
It was probably a few seconds ago.
Okay, good. Just make sure every once in a while you're talking, just
it's how I try to ball all my categories, push them back into my head.
Hey, Josh,
I love it.
Where's our leash?
Vince was like, I've been on here 30 seconds.
Track a little bit.
What is going on here?
Jason, do you know Katie? Do you know of Katie? Miss McVay?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Jason.
No.
Does Jason know Katie?
Katie, why don't you?
No, I don't know. I know Vince. We've met several times. He's a cool dude. What's going on, Vince? Jason, I've never.
Katie, why don't you give us a little bit of background so Jason has some information on how to find your OnlyFans.
Me? Oh God.
Oh God.
Yeah, so I guess my 30-second elevator pitch. I'm an author, paranormal investigator, ghost hunter. I've done some work with Beacon TV. I started my own company, Tamerlane Media, where I run my own paranormal events. And I think, Jason, you came in right when we were talking about my event that I got going on in April with the whole Beacon family. So I do energy work. I'm a Reiki master. I do tarot card readings. So I do a mishmash of just about everything. So that's me.
Oh my
Beautiful.
God.
Yeah.
So that's so okay. With all the energy and the tarot stuff, do you think there's any significance to like the changing of the year, to the new year? I mean, do you think that's something that we kind of put on it, could be on our own, or is it like a Roman calendar thing, or is it a Chinese calendar thing? I mean, is Uranus and lemonade? Like, what do you think?
Are you asking me, or are you opening it up to everybody?
Yeah. No, well, to everyone, but
me specifically. Well, I don't believe in anything regarding Uranus. No, I'm just I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I think Bill said earlier something about the age of Aquarius. So yeah, we are entering in this it's going to be less me, and more of a, the collective conscious. So yeah, I do believe in the changing of the guard, so to speak, when it comes to the new year. I think this is a pretty pivotal time of year. I think a lot of people, this may sound weird to say, but I think a lot of people are sick right now for a specific reason. Everyone I freaking talk to has COVID or the flu or pneumonia. And I think that's, not to get too woo-woo on you, but I think a lot of you will probably agree that that's the universe just pushing out all kinds of baggage and shit that you have.
I'm sick and tired of not being able to see Vince's full face right now.
Yeah.
We're going like this.
We're flipping it around.
So we're happy to see you, Vince.
It's been good for 5 minutes. Leave it alone.
Right.
I feel like
we're the best feature is his forehead, and you can't even see it.
I feel like we're the Brady Bunch.
Right.
Right.
And Jason, I have not met you either, so I apologize. I wanted to let the two of you.
Like I said, I was saying earlier, like I've been living under a rock up here in Canada, and I've just started networking. So I know it's a very, very big community that I've been kind of watching from the shadows for a very long time. So I still get excited about all kinds of things. This weekend, I was in the same room as GeoBox One. And I was just very excited about the piece of technology. That was it. So, because I had seen it on TV previously.
Nice.
And meeting people and talking to people, and sometimes I still even get imposter syndrome from writing the book, and I don't believe that I should get all the credit I do. And then my wonderful fiance says, you put in the work. You deserve the credit. So I'm very much still old school, but new school with the networking and meeting people, and still excited about everything, even though I've been around a long time.
Do you guys think animals have ghosts?
Yes, because I saw one this weekend.
Yep.
I think so, Vince. All right.
I saw a cat. I saw a ghost cat this weekend. Walked right by me. It was crazy.
Well, okay. So I bring that up because do you think that there's like ghost fish in the ocean?
It sounds funny, but it's an interesting question.
I mean, how would we ever even be able to know? It's not like they can communicate with us.
Well, I mean, not like you communicate with a regular ghost on land.
Well, I mean,
we do, Katie and I do.
We do.
So you probably could like in the ocean then. Right?
Well, if we communicate with ghosts mostly in the dark, and we wanted to see a ghost fish, to get in the dark in the ocean, you have to go pretty far down, and maybe we can't go down that far.
I think the issue is that they would be you would automatically debunk it, thinking it was just something in the water. You know what I mean? Like,
and then we try to eat it
like a condom.
Well, I mean, that's not the first choice I would have picked, but
okay, we're talking about ghost fish. Why haven't we heard the T-Rex yet?
I wonder that.
Or the Velociraptor.
Maybe we have.
Maybe
they're not as loud as we think they are. Maybe
dinosaur ghosts?
Because it was Galliano's ass after every investigation.
Do ghosts have an expiry? Because, I mean, I don't know if anybody has seen a caveman ghost.
Right?
I think the issue is, other than seeing like a full-bodied apparition, what could they do that would portray to us that, this is a caveman? Because they're always like bumps or knocks or EVPs, right?
Well, religious people say that cavemen were God's failed creation, right? So like if we're really talking about that, if it's God's failed creation, then wouldn't he just take them completely?
Mike from Charms. You mean to tell me you haven't talked to a ghost fish yet? Amateurs.
Oh my gosh.
Well, maybe that's why they don't talk back, is because maybe they don't, speak.
They don't talk. That's my thing. It's like, what do we expect them to do?
Right.
Hey,
We
buddy,
should
how
make
are
that a
you?
24/7 live stream on Beacon Stream TV where you could log in online and watch a fish tank to see if a ghost fish goes
Watch
by.
a cave.
Yes.
Just watch a rock.
What?
Well, like I was thinking about it, like the Titanic, right? Like it sinks and there's a bunch of dead people down there, I assume. So like, are there like ghosts from the Titanic still like stuck on the Titanic?
Well, they talk about.
He's being pinned down by a ghost rock.
Well, they talk about the
did they like try to like leave? Like they're like, oh man, I'm dead. I need to go somewhere. But they're like down at the bottom of the ocean now. They're just wandering around. And they're like, damn it, I wish I could find like a ghost dolphin to like give me a ride.
I'm of the belief that ghosts are not necessarily attached or trapped in specific places. If they're there by choice. I couldn't really imagine like a spirit being like that far into the ocean just hanging out. Like, what's up, Nemo?
Josh, on that point too, like I agree with you. And would you want to be at the bottom of the ocean if you had a choice? You know, like that's what I
guess
think.
It depends what kind of mood I'm in, I suppose.
Well, so don't they talk about the place in Tennessee, right? The Titanic Museum, all the stuff.
Yeah. So there are paranormal. That's a good point, man.
They have paranormal investigations. I think the Wraith Chasers do most.
Yeah,
of them
they've done a
place
couple
in
of them.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
So I mean, you know.
So that's interesting. So there's obviously some type of like spiritual.
Yeah. So I think it's object attachment that way, right?
I would just be concerned, like, if I were to, like, go down there, like, I couldn't not play over and over again.
That's your main concern?
Queen and David Bowie's Under Pressure. Under Pressure.
But you wouldn't be under pressure anymore because you have no matter.
That's your number one concern? How about being...
What about the fact that you're dead and underwater?
I don't think I could ever get it out of my head. It would drive me
how about being imploded?
Mm-hmm. See, that doesn't bother me as much.
Hey, did you guys?
I'm already very thin. I might
Speaking
actually
of the Titanic Museum, Vince, you probably saw this video of like them waking up, coming in, and like the whole area was like flooded.
Oh yeah, that wasn't the one in Tennessee though. I think that was elsewhere.
And it was like that was unexplainable. They think
they had no idea where the water came from.
They have no idea what caused it.
Yeah.
Now, what about the USS Arizona? Because that like capsized, and there's still people that are trapped, bodies that are trapped in there that they couldn't get out, that they tried to rescue, and then
I'm glad that you stopped. I'm really glad that you stopped, or that you kept going after you said that there's bodies trapped down there, that they weren't alive, because I was going to be concerned for you.
Are they still there?
Yeah. No, they're very dead.
When are we going to go get them?
Yeah.
That flooding, the Titanic flooding, I think, was in Chicago. It was an exhibit in Chicago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
Yep.
And it was it water, or was it like homeless people's urine? Do we know? It was Chicago.
It was definitely water.
Okay. Definitely water.
If Mike was a ghost in the ocean, I could see him running around trying to scare the sharks.
Yes, he would
and
be.
everything
He would be a spiritual SpongeBob.
I definitely.
Come on, Patrick.
Yeah.
Let's go get a Krabby Patty. Squidward.
Hi, Christy. Hey, Tom.
People.
So yeah, I mean, I will say that if I was dead and I was stuck in the ocean, I wouldn't be afraid of using the potty.
No, I think you're good. How are they even going to pin it on you?
Right? Yeah.
You could actually do that and get other people in trouble, right?
So I will say, like, the only place like I would be terrified to like go to and die would be like the Amazon.
Best SpongeBob impression ever. I do what I can.
I do what I can.
That's what I practice in my spare time.
This COVID has me
hallucinating. Did you give Annie COVID?
She had COVID before I did.
Hope you feel better soon,
Here's
Annie.
to COVID, everyone.
Yeah. Happy New Year.
Take COVID.
Fuck COVID.
Is it a new COVID
Right,
number?
again.
Is it like COVID 25 now?
It's the gift that never stops. Keep on giving.
Right. To SpongeBob.
Yeah, I had it 3 weeks ago. So I'm really sorry, Vince and Annie and everybody
You guys
else. I know
stay
it
away
sucks.
from me. I've already had it twice. I do not want to get it
Yeah,
again.
I had two. All my shots and everything too.
My wife and I got the flu.
Hey, Josh and everybody, I wanted to say, I think I had mentioned to you, I'm a little slow in the game. I just got Roku.
Nice.
And so over the holidays, I was so excited. I went over to my son's house and to my mom's, and I was like, oh, watch this. And I brought
That's awesome.
brought them over here to see it. And my younger son, who lives with me, he's 22, but I always call him my younger son.
Right.
He's heard all about this. He's been, since day one
Right.
with me on all of this with you guys. And I showed him it on TV. He's seen it on the phone and the computer. And he's like, wow, that's really a game changer to watch it on TV like that. And
Yeah.
then
Oh,
he
yeah.
was
The
shocked
TV apps
with how
are
much.
phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like, it just keeps going. He was just scrolling down, and there's just so much on there. And then I made him watch Mike's last episode.
Yes. I mean, we knew,
Does he have a
we
favorite
knew
show?
that it was all going to be coming. It was just like, you just got to wait on things, you know what I mean? And now we kind of we're getting in a decent rhythm with stuff. So yeah, I think it's run smoother in the last month than it ever has. So it's been great.
Yeah, there's going to be hiccups.
Yeah, it's been good. We've seen a ton of growth.
But I'm
too.
glad to hear that your son likes it.
So
Love Beacon on the TV.
Does he have a favorite show?
Body.
Who, my son? Well,
Yeah.
of course, I would make him say Searchers.
yeah, of course.
The
That's the
Eloise episode.
right? Yeah.
Obviously.
What did he think about that? Seeing you in that episode.
He liked it because he's never seen me,
In that kind of
investigate,
element?
but
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
heard all about it, of course.
Right.
He's seen pictures. And so it was interesting to him because he's heard so much about Eloise
Right.
to actually see like the hydrotherapy tub and to see all of that. He really enjoyed watching that.
That's awesome.
Definitely.
I think
And
that
then
When do we get the next episode of Searchers?
When are we getting another one? Well, I can tell you now because we've kind of gotten all our eggs in a bit of a row now. It's going to come sooner than another 6 months.
wow, breaking news
actually-
there.
And I think
Actually, it's on my editing desk now. So the next episode is. So.
And I think February is when we're going to start releasing new episodes of Pair with the Normal. And I think Mike from Charm City was in. I'm not sure if he's still in there, but I think he's doing some of our
Yeah, so
editing
right now
again,
he's finishing
and,
up the remainder of
he's
that
so great,
stuff,
man.
which is great. It's been super helpful.
Yeah, he does such a great job
Yeah,
at it.
he's-
and we had Nathan Withers.
Saw those
on
few episodes that he's done, and 2026. You're probably right, Mike. Don't
2026 exactly.
Hey, Mike and MaryLynn, is the next one the one in, I won't say much about it, the one in Michigan, or is it somewhere else?
That
Or
one
don't you
has
know yet?
So
Yeah.
the one in Michigan is actually going to be a special, but we're still working on it. Unfortunately, we had some camera issues, as you know. So I'll explain a little bit about what had happened. So Ron is on right now. Phenomenal guy. He basically had this episode where he was dead a total of almost 45 minutes. During that time, when he came back, he didn't come back alone. And we were able to go down and kind of help him work out what was going on, investigate the location, meet his incredibly sexy wife, and his incredibly sexy dogs. And they were just awesome people. But anything and everything that could possibly go wrong camera-wise
Mike,
did.
you are
We had equipment.
you are what's wrong with calling people names. You gotta stop.
It's got to end, man.
You're
May I also add a shameless plug? The lovely Ron has, in his own words, a very great story in my debut book. He has written his own personal account of all of the things that has happened to him as well. So if anybody wanted to read about it,
That's awesome.
you can grab a copy.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah. Well then, Ron, we'll have to talk. Maybe we'll come back. So basically, I bring my camera I got from good old Posh Jervis. This incredible 6K Blackmagic. Awesome. It's gonna be great. For some reason I leave it at the hotel. I don't know why. So MaryLynn has to go back and get it. She goes, but I tell her, I'm like, hey, I detached the battery pack, so let me know when you get there so I can tell you where the battery pack is. She said, okay, no problem. She just texts me and says, hey, I got it and I got the battery pack on the way back. I'm like, okay, cool. So she comes back. She has the camera and a battery bank for charging your phone. I'm like, this is not the right thing. So we're basically dead in the water. We have one battery inside the camera. It's fully charged, 20 minutes. It lasts 5. So I'm like, oh my gosh, we have a new camera guy. So he's got like a 4K camera, right? And we're like, well, we'll just use that. But we decide, you know what? We're done for tonight. This was a wash. Nothing went right. We'll try tomorrow. I give the camera to the camera guy so he could kind of figure it out a little bit more. He breaks the camera. He pulls a pin out of the power plug. So now there's no battery. Nobody gets to use it. So we wind up using this 4K camera, and I'm like, hey, just make sure, just film and just keep filming. Well, film and just keep filming means apparently stop the camera 136 times. So we have so many cuts we have to get through. So it's taking a little bit longer than we had anticipated because we weren't expecting that. But that's what we did. But it was an incredible adventure in Michigan. But for Pair with the Normal, I think the next episode is going to be Savannah or Bleckley County or Hoover.
I think it might be
Maybe
Hoover.
Hoover.
Mike, can you tell us which one it is? I know I gave you the sequence of them.
Yes. Annie says, my post sister. That's right. Kelly or
Bonnie, I saw your comment about small town secrets. So right now we're kind of trying to get a little bit of funding for that so we can go and finish it.
Yeah. But it was pretty crazy, Ron.
Well, and we had a tornado at that time.
Yeah.
Do you remember with filming?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had that tornado come through. That was pretty wild.
Hoover is next.
That was pretty crazy. Yeah, Hoover. Okay. Which I was really surprised. Well, I've never been. That was my first time in Gettysburg, and when I heard about the Hoover House, I thought it had to do with like the guy that made the vacuum, but it does not. It is not that guy. It is a completely different Hoover. It's not that one. It's a different Hoover.
So it won't suck.
It
Yeah, it will not suck. It will not suck.
So it's kind of an
Yes,
inside joke with
absolutely.
Ron on the bar is awesome because we had a filming incident on the bar. So we'll. Yeah.
No. She had a filming incident. Okay, I was not a part of it. I was not the one that tried to burn their house down. Okay, that was all her. There was many flames.
That's all you
okay?
need to say.
Many flames. Yes. Oh, I will say this. This is the strangest thing that I can say that I've been through at somebody's home. They had, I'm totally throwing you under the bus here, Ron. They had up a like a montage picture frame with no pictures. It was all the stock photos from other people's families. Like they bought it from like a Target and then like put it on the wall, but forgot to take out and put their own pictures in.
Wasn't there
It was
another one that
hilarious.
was
I'm like,
upside down or something, or was that? Yeah.
And then there was one that was up. Yes.
So
yeah.
Mike
Which is
was so
why I
focused on
remember
that.
that so much.
So our
I
Christmas
was.
tree every year we have an ornament that still has the stock photo in it, and we put it in the center of the tree because like when any people come over, they're like, "Oh, who are these?" And we like make up these stories about who these people are to us and everything. It's great.
And Sherry says, I think we logged in at the wrong time. So Brett her beau
was our cameraman, and he did a fantastic job. It's just there were a lot of cuts that we have to kind of dissect through that we were not expecting to get that many cuts. But he did a great job. He was pretty innovative. He brought what was his name? Carl? I think Carl the
skeleton.
The skeleton. Yes.
The traveling
awesome.
skeleton, full size.
Traveling skeleton. Yes. So I guess now, with it being a new year, new things, new exciting. Obviously, Jason, you're trying to get out of your shell more, right? You want to experience more in the paranormal community. Katie, it sounds like you are basically trying to, expand, get yourself out there, both as a media personality and as an event coordinator.
Yeah, and put as much pressure on myself as humanly possible.
So that's why you're so welcome to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just grabbed it. I was like, oh, what industry can I gravitate towards that'll put me in immense stress and pressure?
Welcome.
All the time. Paranormal.
Welcome.
No, just kidding. Yeah.
Vince, you were telling me that you were really hoping that this would be the year that you would finally cook the perfect hot dog.
Well, I have to know, is it going to be boiled, grilled, smoked? Griddle?
Yeah, because there's a lot of different ways, buddy. Air fryer.
I mean, some people just like them raw.
No,
so
air
we
fryer.
go that route too.
Air fryer.
Ron, I
prefer
see
mine
Ron's
grilled.
comment needing me to stop over in Michigan. I am definitely going to be coming back to Saginaw very soon, and I do intend on connecting with Ron when I get there. So I'm looking forward to that. I just wanted to address that.
Nice. So Vince, what's your plans for the new year?
I have too many already. We start filming next
month. That's what I was gonna say.
We start filming next month, and I found out yesterday that all three owners of the company, one person knew what was going on, the other person kind of knew, and the other person didn't know at all. So
that's normal.
Correlating the three makes no sense.
Yeah, that's totally normal.
So we start off next month filming, and we film 2 locations, and then run back to it again in March, because we're also filming Paranormal Mysteries and all these other different shows, and new people are coming in and new shows are being filmed. So I mean, there's so much to do, and there's so many other, and I don't think what a lot of people understand about this network is that it's every hands on deck for any situation at any time. So where, Angus and Galliano might come to film my show, me and Angus might go to film Searchers, or Angus and Mike might go film Paranormal Mysteries or whatever. It's always a all hands on deck situation. You saw Mike Charm City in the chat. Dude is editing and barely even has his stuff on the network yet.
Yep.
So I mean, there's every single person is doing either some kind of promotion, either some kind of labor, or whatever the case. In between all that, people are also like people like me and Katie are doing event coordinating for our own stuff on top of that, and then
that's right, Vince. You just got into that
last
too, right?
year, yeah.
How's that been going for you, man?
So I start booking 2025 locations next month. Actually, after we stop filming, I'm going to do one more than what I did last year. I did 4 last year. I plan on doing 5 this year. And on top of that, booking for conventions and special guest spots and stuff like that got a little bit better this year. So that's like a big deal. With last year, I was like stressing about it and stuff, and having FOMO and all that other kind of shit. So I mean, that's always a hard thing to deal with. But I feel like I've grown past a lot of that, and this has been a big learning curve, because if you go on different social media apps like TikTok and Instagram and stuff, YouTube, you see all these creators or paranormal investigators or just like a regular everyday Joe that cleans his house. And they just talk shit all day long, every single day. And being on a professional network, you can't do stuff like that. So for the longest time, before I even started doing any of this, I've worked at Waverly Hills on and off since 2010. I would troll people online all day, every single day. I actually slipped up and did it the other day, where somebody said that, where somebody was asking about or talking about Beyonce, her latest performance being like the best thing they've ever seen. And my comment was very simple. It was just like, I really enjoyed Beyonce during the Destiny's Child era. If she would have stayed there, I'd have been a fan. And and somebody commented and said, she's not worried about your opinion. I was like, no, she's just worried about her other boyfriend being in prison.
Right.
So
On that note.
So I slip up sometimes, but it's been a learning curve over the last couple of years, and I've had a lot of help from definitely not from Galliano, but from Josh and Shane and Mike and not Galliano on how to keep a professional mind and
definitely not from
Galliano. And not interact with stupid shit, because we see it every day, right? There's a new drama that unleaks every single day. There's problems every single day. And here lately, I don't know if any other people have a problem with not interacting, but if you do, I've learned in the past year and a half that the snooze button is a wonderful thing.
Sometimes, man, you just gotta put the phone on a desk somewhere and just let it roll.
Mm-hmm.
It's been very relieving.
Yeah, you can't get too.
No, you can't. It's on one hand, social media has obviously made it so much easier to connect with people, right? And like honestly, like all of us probably wouldn't know each other otherwise, right? To that degree. On the other hand, it has taught people to just be blatantly insane about voicing their opinions on things. And
it's the most professional person I know. Mike, get out of here, bro.
That's
you are so full of it, dude.
So, I'm not a paranormal investigator. I'm a comedian. Okay.
So yeah, Mike gets a pass. He's like, I was gonna say, Mike from Charm City. He talked to me. I don't know, maybe a few weeks back. I think him and Dave are plotting a little bit of a road trip so they can film another season as well. So
him and Dave Schrader?
His partner Dave.
I didn't know he was married.
Oh God.
Gagliano, brother. Gagliano. You need to calm down.
Vince, if I could say something about Vince, just to kind of continue on what he said. You and I had a conversation lately, and I just want to give you a 30-second prop because you reached out to me about my Battleship event. And you were very professional about it, and you didn't undersell yourself. You didn't oversell yourself. You brought yourself to the table, and we had a good dialogue. And you were self-confident enough to say, look, if I'm not a good fit for your event, I completely understand, and I walk away with my pride. And you know what, dude? That fucking sold me. That's what fucking sold me.
Hold on.
Knowing Vince now for the last
Mike from Farm City, that's fair.
The last couple of years, like Vince, you've always had a lot of passion about wanting to be able to get out there and do as much as you can, and you put a ton of pressure on yourself about like when you don't get those opportunities and stuff like that. But then on the other hand, like one of the reasons we wanted to do a project with you anyway was because you're like one of the hardest workers that we know when it comes to like doing conventions and events. So
I really, really, really try.
I know you do. And to kind of piggyback what you said earlier, where like everything that we do in Beacon, the vast majority of it is all hands on deck, right? We're just divvying out the best that we can.
Sometimes both hands.
So when we look at people, we're not just looking at the next,
Shane Pittman? TV
yeah.
Shane Pittman?
Yeah, no. I mean, what matters to us is are these people going to create and then work to represent, right?
Well, always.
It's not always is the problem.
No, I'm saying
right?
you have to. Always.
You have to there.
Right.
And that's where we really look at is like, yeah, we have to have a certain kind of quality to the video. But
you know what I've found hardest about the whole thing is still keeping up with my with my content and doing the same work at the same time is the hardest thing that I have figured out. That is so if I've noticed something, especially on Facebook, Instagram's not so bad. TikTok, it depends on when you post, but on Facebook, let's say I could go in there right now. I could go on Facebook right now and I could post a video.
Right.
And then I see that, and then I can, and then I see that Beacon has posted something, so I need to share that too.
Yeah.
So I go to share it. It kills the video and it kills the share also.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why I created that group, Beacon TV's.
Dude, that's been great. Yeah.
So that's why I slide everything over that way. That way, both of them are getting the hits that they need.
Yeah, social media is so tricky. People don't really understand the algorithms and stuff like that. It can be really like even the posts that we make, they may seem like trivial sometimes, but they go with a lot of intent with how they're worded.
Yeah.
What kind of content, how long that content is, all these different things. There's a lot of thought put behind all of that stuff, and there has to be. And you said keeping up with all your videos and things. I think that's what Mike from Charm City. In Charm City they do their stuff on YouTube primarily and TikTok. Same issue, right? Is especially those two platforms, especially if you're trying to monetize and grow those platforms, the amount of content you have to do to keep that up is just insane. Right.
Gotta find a lot of ghosts, folks.
It's like,
and there is 1 hour left. 1 hour left until New
snap.
Year's on the East Coast. I just want to point that out. So with that, we're at our 1 hour mark.
I'm out.
I don't have alcohol, so
I'm out.
Salute.
Hold on, I might have something. Hold on a second.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. We'll see if you've got something.
With
I hope John
the mark and the
in the
drink.
chat. What's up,
I'm
buddy?
gonna bow out. I'm gonna wish everybody a happy new year. I'm gonna send everybody love. I hope to connect with everybody in the coming year. Katie, I have 10 years of event planning, not in the paranormal, but I have 10 years of event planning. If I can help in any way, I will. Any way at all. I look forward to meeting everybody this year. Happy New Year. All the love to everybody.
Yeah, Jason.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's,
See you,
buddy.
Nice to meet you, Mayor.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm really excited for your event, Katie. And again, if you need help, we'll come down a little early, help you set up. Maybe I'll hold a sign, wear a skirt.
He's going to be the guy, the sign spinner. That's what we'll do.
All right. You're going to be the sign spinner.
Yeah, I will.
And I did tell you that, you can wear a costume and outfit, just no, malfunctions this time.
Yeah, I'll watch the malfunctions.
He will wear an outfit that already has a hole in his.
There you go. Do that.
You want to? Can I tell you guys something? This is so freaking bizarre. Well, first off, let's do a drink.
Have a drink, man.
Vince is back.
Mandy, help!
Go get something.
Somebody, somewhere, anybody, please.
Hold on, wait for that. Somebody get him a
Give
drink.
this man a drink.
Go get
And
your
hello to
drink.
everybody in the chat. I don't want everyone to think that we're ignoring all of them. So, hello, everybody.
Yes.
And
Yeah, we got people. I wanted to share some sponsored posts for Beacon TV, and I couldn't.
Yeah,
Oh,
so we
sorry about
only
that.
actually have one
Hold on.
paid advertisement going out right now, and it's just a hey, we're Beacon TV kind of thing.
That's true. It is.
YouTube is not easy by any means,
dude.
Wow.
We monetize on YouTube, or at least did, especially before Beacon. Like we don't anymore, obviously. But you quickly realize, with most platforms, content posting constantly is really the surefire way to grow stuff. And it's, it could be really, so you get torn though, right? So like, it's really hard to do it at the frequency that you guys do it at, and then it being good too, right? Because you don't have a lot of time to spend on it.
Vince, how old are you,
What?
Vince?
I'm
How old are you,
36.
Vince?
I just turned 36 on the 28th.
Okay, so like I'm 42. Josh, I don't know, you're in your 60s. Something like that.
Not what I feel like, what I am, 39.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 39. See, okay, so you guys are still pretty young. See, when you're in your 30s, like you can worry about things like content. Once you get into your 40s, like for me now, it's like, am I going to sit on my balls when I sit down? You know,
Your
like,
priorities change.
that's what's
There's ladies present.
I was gonna say we don't have to worry about that. I don't care. I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. So you're the
Vince, he
fortunate
just
you
says
don't.
I'm a comedian,
Right. That's
fine.
That's fine. Exactly. You get.
I
All right,
didn't.
Did you get your drink?
I've been here the whole time.
No,
Where the?
I actually know.
I'll be right back.
Somebody messaged her.
Did somebody?
know what
Yeah.
you-
Did somebody message my wife?
We need to.
Somebody message her. He
Hey,
needs a
real
drink.
quick, while we're waiting on that,
Post hang.
first of all, Katie, I mentioned to you before, believe me, if you need any help, just let me know. I don't
Thank
mind
you.
helping. And I want to say about Vince, first of all, I know all of you are going to be a part of Paraventure. But Vince has been gracious enough to be an investigator. One of just a couple that we're going to have. And he's doing that out of the kindness of his heart. And, you know, I'm really excited for the event, and I'm excited though for everybody to see Vince doing a location, which him and I will be talking more on shortly. But
I was gonna say I don't even know where I'm going.
I know.
That's kind of the deal, man. That's kind of the deal.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that I'm really excited about too. Is like in the background, we're testing out different abilities within Beacon to be able to live stream stuff. We did a little bit of that while we were at the Supernatural
Jenny,
Soiree. We live streamed that. That was really our first kind of wag at it. It worked a lot better than we anticipated, I think, because it was like really just bring it set up. Let's see if it works, you know.
I'm glad you brought that up, Josh, because I was going to talk to you about that because I've been in touch with Cook.
Okay.
So
well, see, I mean, he is definitely the man.
We apologize.
Right? He actually reached out to me too. So since 80% of the people involved in this battleship thing are Beacon people, if you want to try, you know, guinea pig it again at this event, do some live stream stuff, that would be amazing.
We definitely will.
Yes. He is definitely like, he knows a lot. He's an expert when it comes to that stuff. He does it kind of like,
just don't let him make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I guess like don't share a hotel room with him. He makes weird noises at night. And
no worries there.
The dude is
Katie, I can't say for sure, but it might not be too much of a guinea pig. I think my event's right before yours.
That's true.
So
yeah, you're right.
Might be able to.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but we're talking about that, trying to see if we can do kind of stream the Paraventure stuff on Beacon TV as well. So
then you can get lots. You can get lots of experience with all these people, you know, you're doing events with. So that's awesome.
Yeah. It's going to be really cool once we can get to a point and do like the live stream investigating at like a more of like a top tier level in terms of quality and stuff. Cook would be like the man in the chair, if you will, and we'll run the cinema cameras, but he'll kind of create the production and keep us all in line, you know. So
you're also the last person.
Do 4 different locations live like that.
Yeah, so we can do that too. That is also a possibility. Obviously, it'll take more cameramen and stuff of that nature. So the live stream isn't a matter of our capability. We could do that. We could basically do that all over the world simultaneously, like with different people. It's logistics. It's all logistics challenged. And just making sure you have the right people in the right places. But yeah, the ability to do that and the ability to put it on Beacon TV opens up like a lot of like really cool opportunities, I guess, just being able to live stream events is just honestly like the tip of that iceberg, to be honest. Like
Sure.
it could get really interesting. So we live streamed Searcher's first episode. We live streamed it, and it gave us the capability to take tweets and post them in real time as the episode was playing.
That's
so
cool.
we could do stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot to work with there.
You're also the last person to talk about making weird noises at night.
Oh, whatever, buddy.
That's right.
I take it back. I'm gonna take that bed that you didn't have. I'm taking it back.
No, I need that for Gettysburg.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume.
Okay, so Gettysburg. So I talk about Mike Cook and the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So that is actually a real story. But he is not on to defend himself. So that's even better.
Oh man.
This dude, like 3 a.m, comes. Okay, we got to go back further. Somehow he makes it to Gettysburg and does not get a room. Okay, and anybody got a place for me to stay? I'm like, it just so happens I happen to get 2 rooms. So I'm like, hey man, yeah, I've got an extra bed. Why don't you join me?
I just want to. Can we pause for a second on that? The dude flew from Alaska with no plans on where he was staying.
Had no clue as to where he was staying.
Yep.
What does that say there, Vince? At least Josh didn't break the RV.
That's true. He did.
You know what? I wouldn't have broke the RV. I wouldn't have broke the RV if the comedian had left his water bottle in the stairwell.
That's not entirely true. I set the water bottle down, and you said, "What's that? A water bottle?" And then proceeded to step on it, and then punched the door.
I know.
That is not what.
So it just sounds like 2 forms of anger. You angrily stepped on the water bottle and then angrily punched the door. I was like,
it was very
what's wrong with you, man?
That is not true at all.
So I'm like, yeah, that's fine. You can stay with me. He decides to come to the room at 3 a.m. Okay, 3 a.m. I'm 3. So 3 a.m. he comes rolling in, loud as hell, right? Because to him, I guess it's only like midnight because he's from Alaska or whatever. And he's like, hey, whatever. I'm like, what? And then he's talking to me. Oh yeah, man, I just did this, and he like whips out like half a loaf of bread out of like, I don't know, his anus. I don't know where he got it from. And then he slaps a couple of pieces of bread down. And at this point, I'm invested, right? Because I'm like, what's going on with this bread? And then he pulls out like a jar of peanut butter. Dude, he came in empty-handed. I don't know where he's pulling this stuff out from. and then he's got like some jelly, and he squirts some jelly on there, and he's talking to me about all the stuff he did. Oh, yeah,
you're like, dude, I'm trying to go to sleep, bro.
Yeah. And then he makes this peanut butter jelly sandwich, and he eats it, right? And then he lays down to go to bed. I'm like, oh, finally, it's over. I'm laying down, and then all of a sudden, he's laying in bed, and he goes, and he's flailing around. He gets up, and he goes, and he runs. I just hear his feet all the way to the bathroom, and then all I can hear is like a cat.
I'm in the room next door, and I hear that too.
Oh my god!
I'm like thinking to myself, I do not want to do the Heimlich right now. Not at 4 a.m, dude. This is not what I signed up for. But he works it out, right? And then finally he goes to bed, and everything's fine. And then he basically is convinced that he was choked by a ghost or something. I don't know. He was choked by.
Yeah, he did talk about that the next day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, what are you talking about? I'm trying to launch Beacon today.
Yeah. It continues. The next night, he all of a sudden gets up out of bed, middle of the night. He stands up out of bed. He goes, "What the fuck?" I get up and I look at him because I don't know what the heck's going on. And he jumps up out of bed. He walks over to like there's a desk with a chair. He puts his hands on the chair and is looking like really intently at the desk. Says nothing. And then goes, "Oh, okay." And then flops, like jump flops, like a fish, like a tuna fish, onto the bed. By the time his head hits the bed, his arms are still flopped at his side. It does not look comfortable. He's passed the fuck out, man. Snoring.
He's probably sleepwalking.
Was he possessed by a fish ghost?
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
thinking.
what I'm wondering.
Honestly, I think it's the only answer.
I've never in my life seen anything so, and this is for me, I've never seen anything so random that would just happen in the middle of the night.
So
twice in a row with this guy.
So Cook stayed in the RV with Mike Angus. So Mike Angus took the RV up a couple of days early because he's got family up that way. And so basically he got a nice little camping trip out of it in like
cool.
in solitude, if you will, where he got to spend some time like at the campground and just sleep there. And we found out.
Have you seen his legs? They are hairy AF.
So when we found out Cook needed a place to stay, the first place he stayed was at the RV with Angus. And Angus, I've found out, has a he has an emotional attachment to the RV now. And he was like, dude, he was like, as long as he acts right, otherwise he'll be sleeping outside. And I was like, hey man, you're running the show, whatever.
It's funny because after we did our whole trip for searchers, like Mike and myself, we were trying to convince Josh when we got to Josh's house to stay in the RV. We're like,
for real,
man.
For real. Like this was a for real conversation that he started. Yeah. This guy,
I did.
He was
like, hey, come in. I've got a room. It's fine. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'm like, we're already.
Like, we're not just staying in the RV.
Yeah,
I'm like, Mike, no. There's a little house right here.
So, like, this, I live here, dude.
I remember when the first time you guys used the RV and I brought Mike there from the airport.
Yeah.
And I think, Mike, the first thing you said was, all right, what's everybody's bathroom schedule like?
Yeah.
I expect nothing less.
So it's ironic that it's ironic we're talking about Angus because every single trip we made to Planet Fitness to take showers, he didn't want to take a shower in Planet Fitness. He stayed on the bus.
He actually stayed in the shower. He stayed in the
shower in the RV.
But you know what? At the end of the day, the dude, like, he's like a workhorse when it comes to like loading and unloading equipment.
And can I just, I'm going to say this.
Insane.
I was expecting more out of Shane Pittman's areolas. I think they were overhyped.
Dude, remember you hiding behind the pillows that one night?
Yeah. Yes.
Shane comes in and goes to lay down, and like before he does that, we're like, Mike, get behind all the pillows, and like you're small enough you can get back there, and nobody will know that you're there. And so like Shane goes and like lays down, and he's like, why is everybody laughing? And Mike gets just huddled up behind the pillows.
He's like, what the hell?
That was hilarious.
Yes. And he tries to, I believe Shane Pittman almost knocks himself out going head first into the toilet.
Oh, yeah, because we were going down the road. Yeah.
Happy New Year, Sherry.
Not that you can really talk about that there, Chuck Finley. You about knocked yourself out in the middle of the night.
Didn't we see all of
Didn't
we see all of Mike's privates within the first 10 minutes of seeing him?
Which one?
Galliano.
Yeah.
I feel like that could have been an Angus thing too.
Yeah, I don't know where Shane is. He's around.
I don't know. I had a meeting with him earlier, him and Rob, but that was like forever ago.
Yeah, but I did almost knock myself out on the RV. I thought it was the middle of the night, and I thought the ladder was there, but it was not there. And I went to grab it, and it was obviously gone. And so I just kind of kept going forwards, and I hit my chin, or not my chin, my cheekbone right on the metal rail that is our bed frame. Because we were sleeping up on the top bunk, and I just wham. Woo! I was seeing stars, and then I had to try to go use the bathroom because that's why I got down, and I'm like stumbling. Oh my God, that was.
We all did not wake up.
I didn't wake up for it at all.
It's crazy.
We slept so well through that. Could have
really
died
did.
right there, and we were just snoozing away.
I have very, very accurate video evidence of how each individual person snores.
That's true. Yeah.
I have really good funny bloopers from that.
What was the song that we got attached to while we were stupid ass song?
It was it was Leanne Rhymes. I need you.
That's what it was.
How do I live without you?
No, that's what it was. I need you.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Wait, so I'm thinking maybe it's time for the girls to take the RV for a trip.
Right?
Man, are you sure? I mean, I don't know that you guys have seen this RV lately.
And that was my first time ever in Detroit, and I thought Detroit had I thought they were famous for this giant butthole, and it turned out that that's not what it was. It was a what was it? It was a tire.
A tire.
A Michelin tire, yeah.
It was a Michelin tire. I thought it was a butthole. But I'm from Vegas. That's what I would expect.
Dude, we listen, we're in the car with Kelly. We pull up to this sketchy ass gas station in the middle of Detroit, and she just looks at everybody and goes, "Stay here, don't move." And we're like, she's getting out, but we're not gonna go with her.
When we picked Vince up, because we picked Vince up on the way up, it was like a turn and burn scenario. Dude, that was it was so late at night, or maybe even early in the morning. I remember it being dark, but yeah.
Oh, you remember we were parked in the left lane as someone was coming into the complex, and they honked at us, and we're like, we're stopped.
Yeah, what do you want from me?
We're not coming your way.
MaryLynn, did you ever find the helicopter video?
Yeah, I've got it queued up.
All right, wait. Why don't we take a little break and play that little video?
That doesn't sound appeasing at all.
I'm worried about the helicopter
Just wait,
video.
Vince.
And I'm going to bow out, everybody, if you don't.
Okay.
You don't mind.
Bye, Miss Katie. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody. I can't think of a better group of people to hang out with on New Year's Eve. So thank you so much. I love all of you. And I hope to see you all soon. So take care, okay?
Bye.
Bye.
I see Mike and MaryLynn, y'all scared her away.
I see that.
Katie's great people, man.
Because she knows what the helicopter video really is, I bet.
She was like, I gotta go. I don't want to be an accomplice to this. Oh, God.
That's right.
I won't say I was in the background.
Happy New Year.
Let me get this
There you
started.
go. Happy New Year. Enjoy
What is
our
that?
helicopter video.
Helicopter video.
Oops. From this is from the Battleship New Jersey, USS New Jersey. An incredible event put on by April.
It really was. It was a really unique event, right? I mean, we do a lot of those things, and that one's a fun.
It was a lot of fun. Nothing illegal happened either.
Surprisingly.
Right?
That you know of, at least.
Well, I meant
other
the
than
alcohol.
all on the ship.
Yeah, we actually did break federal law unwittingly.
No, I didn't. Never.
That never happened. So there it is. There's no video sound. I can't hear anything.
Yeah, so I think when you share that, MaryLynn, you can tell it to share the audio too.
Let me try again.
So I was security in the background, keeping someone from, streaking through there.
Yeah.
He had his clothes on, but he was trying to get on camera.
He was trying to.
Joe, what up, buddy?
I would have really liked to see Kelly tackle somebody mid-video.
I was literally a nipple width away from flapping in the wind.
I am from Detroit, Josh.
Yeah, so, I know. That'd be awesome.
It could probably happen.
Yeah, April Bussett is awesome.
Let's see if we can
Annie,
hear
welcome
it.
back. Bonnie, yep, me.
You hear it?
No, we don't hear it.
Nope.
Nothing.
All right, hold on.
That's all right. It's not like she's in IT or anything.
Mike, why don't you guys do a voiceover?
I can do that.
I like that idea.
I wish I knew what I said all the time. See, that's what makes it so hard because, like,
When he does
nothing
his
is
commentary, it's something new every single time.
Right.
Yeah, so it's never scripted. So half the time I don't remember. I forget myself.
It'd be like a foreign language film where you're trying to dub over it.
Oh, you know what? We could do that. Only we could do it in a foreign language. Vince,
I think
do you know
your
any other
language
language?
probably is foreign.
Vince, do you know any other languages?
Do I know any other languages?
Yeah, it's just not allowing me to do it.
On a ship far, far away, known as the Battleship of New Jersey.
Let's go try it.
Well, that's weird because Valerie told me.
See ya,
that you
Annie.
go by Who Hung Low.
Bye, Annie.
Hi, Annie.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna try something.
Okay. Did it work? Hey, that's me. Still not working though. Do you have your mic on? Turn your mic off, maybe.
Is it not? You can't hear it?
Are you doing a?
Doing IT over live is wild.
Yeah, if you're doing like a screen share, Are you doing a screen share through Restream? I can Google it.
Yes, I am. It's on another screen.
It's true, Joe. April, we were just talking about. She just came on. We were just talking about Battleship New Jersey. How awesome it was. We were about to play a very awesome helicopter.
To share audio, toggle on the relevant option when setting up your screen share.
So stick around. You'll get to see our incredible helicopter.
Are you on a Mac, MaryLynn?
Yes, I'm on the studio.
All right.
And
It
it's
says
on
on
my,
Mac,
G5.
sharing audio is available for browser tabs only, so it needs to be in a browser window.
It is in a
And
browser
through-
window.
I have more camera issues, Ron. And yes, I did have sideburns for my my Wolverine costume, but it did kind of look more like a meth Wolverine.
Oh my god.
It was awful. I just can't grow hair, man. I don't know what it is. It was an awesome night, Miss April, and I miss you too.
Your screen will
Those of
appear
you
in
do
your
not know who
screen.
April Bucket is.
Talking, I'll figure this out.
Follow her just because she's gorgeous, but also because she's an incredible psychic.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh,
No,
amazing.
it really was. It was a good time.
Yeah, her, Mike Castro, you can't say enough good things about those folk. They put on a great event, and they were kind enough or naive enough to invite me. So that was great. There was a blowout situation. It did happen. Yes, that is at the Battleship New Jersey, is where this takes place.
Wolverine's Midwestern cousin, the Bobcat.
Yes.
What was it called?
that's
The
me.
tall stick figure people they had. What were those called? I mean, it was great. All the different things they had there for us.
They're walking on stilts.
The stilts. Yeah, they had a lot of costume people there. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely just a different experience, especially for all of us, where we specifically were not behind like a table or anything. You know,
I'd like to think that if it weren't for my blowout, I would have won best costume. But I get it, you know. I get why I couldn't have won. I don't think Wolverine's supposed to have an easy access patch. You know? So it makes sense.
That is not working.
Oh, and Mike from Charm City was there.
Yeah, he was.
Which is awesome.
I mean, we had nearly.
I tried to
The
be
only
winning.
people I think we missed as far as like Beacon at the time was from I think Brian and Rochelle
weren't there.
Yeah, I think those
they had
were the
another
only
event.
ones.
They had another
Yeah.
event they were doing.
Josh, do you want to tell us more about their
that's
show
dope.
while we're waiting?
Man, that was such a fun time.
Miss April said she hired actors who dressed like Annabelle. I was way too drunk to remember that, but I'm sure it was awesome.
Oh,
Yeah, so their episode's their series, their first trip is a 5-episode series. It takes place up in the New England area. I've done a lot of driving in my time. That was the most by far that we did in that short of a time period. Just coming back home, just that trip of driving back home was a 16-hour drive.
Hey, welcome back, Christy.
Kalani, but his doppelganger was there. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, Shane wore his cowboy hat as a costume, and anytime we were in mid-conversation, I would just bring out my Spotify and play the Western song.
Oh, you mean Wyatt Slurp?
Yeah, Wyatt Slurp. Yeah.
Can y'all see this?
I can't see
Did you get
anything yet.
No, we don't see it.
All right. I'll keep working on it.
Well, and Josh,
Yeah,
I'm not
that
going to
is-
say, but I think, don't Rochelle and Brian have like a special guest or two?
Yeah,
also?
they do. So actually they have 3, right? So one of the episode, there's going to be 2 people. I don't want to give it away quite yet. And then, so these guests appear because they are, 1, really, really good friends with Brian and Rochelle. And 2, we were literally like in their stomping grounds, right? So to be able to show up, and they met us for that investigation. Yeah, it was it's going to be really unique. So there we go.
Yeah,
hey, we're here.
Heard something, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your story.
Yeah. So this one's going to be unique in a way that basically when they did their investigations, they did them alone. We kept Mike Angus stay behind with them for basically just to run any kind of tech support they needed as far as cameras and stuff. But they do all of their own filming in regards to their investigations. So we basically set up the stage to make sure that it was all taken care of. And just because we wanted it to feel, I mean, genuine, and what better way than, it's these 2 people staying at this location for the night, and they're filming their own experiences. And so that's kind of it, because it's a road trip, right? And each night is a new place. Each day is also a new place. You're going to see them have some fun. We went to a professional go-kart track. That was really cool.
Does anybody else get sick to their stomach with just how adorable Rochelle is?
Listen, she'll keep you in line in a heartbeat, there, buddy.
I would have her babies. It's crazy.
I love their rapport, though. The 2 of them together.
Yeah.
I
Aren't
mean,
they just awesome?
Mike and MaryLynn, I love you 2 together, too. There's nobody else that could go together. You guys are perfect. And same thing with Brian and Rochelle. It's just such a, I don't know, would you say brother, sister type of?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, easy.
For sure.
Total vibe. And the first, what's funny is I actually met Brian a couple of times and he said nothing to me. Mm-hmm. And then we get to Virginia City and he just looks at me and he puts his hand up on the table and he goes, "Let's wrestle." I'm like, all right.
What?
Yeah. So that was my first real true interaction with Brian and Rochelle, was me arm wrestling this 250-pound man.
Katie McVay, who was on here earlier, she came out and helped with production support for all of that, which was her and Shauna, which you'll see Shauna in the series. Man, they were lifesavers. They were up every day before all of us, scheduling logistical stuff the whole trip. And that's important for us, especially in this trip, because we had 6 days, 5 locations. It was nonstop filming, right? So, yeah, I mean, you're filming, Angus is filming, I'm dropping footage, I'm making sure batteries are charged. We're just trying to keep all of that stuff organized and in line, location after location. You can't, the problem with how tight we schedule things is you really can't miss a beat. You got to get it. You got to get it right. They were super helpful with that stuff. So they're making phone calls, making sure that we had places to go to eat, to where we can get large groups of people in there to eat. We know what time we got to be at the next location. We have interviews set up for the next location. Katie, she was invested in this project since the beginning of last year. We knew we were going to be doing it, and she was on board.
Yeah, she's a good story about it.
Yeah. So it was a ton of fun. Again, I hope this to be many of road trips for them. I think it's really going to showcase, we saw them on A&E's Ghost Hunters. I think it'll showcase them as the Brian Undershells that we know. All right. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Nice. We'll go ahead and play that footage. This is us on a helicopter, talking about a helicopter, on the battleship New Jersey during the Supernatural soiree. What's up, everybody? Mike G, MaryLynn. We are on the battleship New Jersey in New Jersey, and we're here to talk about this awesome piece of equipment. Now, what not a lot of people know, helicopters weren't originally called helicopters. They're called ornithopters. Before they were called ornithopters, they were called hip-hop-anonomers. None of those names stuck, so they decided helicopter was a lot easier to say and pronounce for people, so that's kind of what they went for. One of the first things they put that was instrumental for these things to take flight was this blinky light down here. That's how you know, because red means fast. So that's how you know that this is a fast piece of machinery, because the light was on.
I thought red means stop.
And what about Ferraris? But Ferraris are red.
That's the red color.
And red means fast, right? And you see a red light, and you're going through the intersection, what do? You punch it.
I stop.
You should
punch it.
Because it means go. You got to go a lot faster.
Okay.
Right? So that's what that means. So the other thing here is this incredible nose. Now, what they would do with this nose, like on most aircraft, this is where they would put a lot of the instrumentation, like the computers and things like that. However, it's not necessary on a helicopter. So they would actually store this with provisions, MREs, donuts, other types of snack foods, snack-like materials, so you could make your own type of snack foods. Maybe uncooked pasta. That way you can put a little bit of hot water in, but you needed a place to store the uncooked pasta. That would be right in here. And it even tells you, don't push, you'll break all the pasta, right? So it's really important. So we'll come around here, and it actually says, please don't touch the aircraft, which I just did, so I may have broken the law, but that's fine. They know me here. I'm very famous. So next, rescue. You'll notice here it says rescue. So what happens, a lot of times, the pilots would get stuck inside the helicopter and nobody could figure out how to get them out. Well, now there's a sign, hey, rescue me here. This is where I'm stuck. Pull the lever, let me out, dude. So that was kind of what that was for. So really important. And here's another thing a lot of people don't know. Helicopters also, they drove everywhere. You didn't just fly a helicopter, you drove them. You could drive them on the city streets. That's why the blades go in like this, so you can take them down the road. Maybe you want to go to a McDonald's drive-through, you land, and you still got to go through the drive-through, so they put wheels. See, look, there's wheels. The wheels are so you could continue to drive.
Mike, these are not roadworthy.
Oh, look at that. That's real rubber.
That is real rubber,
That's
but
real
it's not
rubber.
roadworthy.
What do you mean it's not roadworthy? There's 4 wheels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, 5 wheels. That's 1 more wheel than a car.
Joe.
Right? Wow. Right? The information we're getting today. Incredible. Next is this beware of blast. So you might immediately think that would have something to do with the engines. It's not. It actually has something to do with the methane fuel. So if you got too close, you lit a smoke, it would go up like a fart in an elevator, right? So you had to be careful. It's very important to be careful around these things. So the other thing that I want to point out here that you might not know is they had to make sure that they knew that this was for the Navy, because there were a bunch of different branches of the military. Unfortunately, the Army folk couldn't read well, okay? So they had to make sure that it was really big, Okay, really big Navy. Hey, don't get on this one. It's not yours. It's the Navy's. Okay, very important there, okay? Next is a bunch of letters and numbers. That's all gibberish. It meant nothing. They just did that to confuse the enemy, right? They think it was something incredible. It wasn't. The other thing I would really like to point out is this right here. So the reason why they use these incredible colors was their ode to McDonald's, because they would take them through the drive-through, right? So you want to be able to match the colors and say, hey, we belong, okay? We love you guys. Give us a free Big Mac.
So is that how they came up with the arches?
Yes, it was from this. The arches so the helicopter could fit between the arches, right? So also they could.
What about the red light up there?
Also means fast. In case you weren't looking down, you were looking up. Oh, hey, that thing is going fast.
Okay.
Very important. And now we know.
No.
And knowing is half the battle. Go, Joe.
It's all of the battle.
All of the battle.
All right. Yeah. So that brings up how windy that place actually was. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes. Dude, it was so windy.
It was super cold.
Yeah, when we did the giant dildo video.
What?
It was
Want me to play that? Yeah,
it was
They've
so
got to
good.
see that one.
No.
Vince hasn't seen it.
Okay,
Oh
hold
my
on.
gosh.
Vince doesn't
Yeah,
want to see it.
I
Mike,
couldn't
you,
believe
I feel like that one has to be content rated
Vince,
first.
it's
No, this
shorter.
one's a short one.
it's very short. It's very short.
I gotta get it. Hold on a second.
Mike, do you know how full of shit you are?
I
how
have been
those-
informed once or twice.
Those shows, remember when it would end, what was it, a commercial or whatever, the more you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with
Exactly.
Mike, he needs to end all of his shows, the less you know.
So the less you know, yeah. It's funny because we talked about when we did Pair with the Normal doing like little PSAs. So you'll notice like if you go to the after cuts, there's a little thing about running shoes where MaryLynn actually hits me with her car. I physically left a dent in her vehicle. And then
That was like one of the very first days of filming, mind you.
That
So-
one, yes.
What better way to break in our camaraderie than hitting one of us with a car?
Yeah, that checks out. That tracks.
And then in the second episode, there's a whole thing 1-800-FEED Mike.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I'm always trying to do little things like that. I'm always coming to Josh with like weird extra things that I want to do, and
yes,
he's always like,
that is correct.
"All right."
That is true. We have that mine video in your after cuts as well. So when we were
Yes, the mine video is phenomenal. You guys,
yeah,
are
one
gonna
of your episodes
absolutely-
takes place at the Washoe Club. So I think that's going to be the last episode, actually.
Yeah, and it is so
of the
good.
season.
It is so
yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's really good. There's some really good evidence on that. Oh my gosh.
Yes. And even in the mine episode, there's a great episode.
I remember that when me and MaryLynn were filming at the Washoe. I remember that experience. So I'm glad it was caught on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was so good.
I think this is it. Let me pull it up.
Hey guys,
Can you hear it?
Mike G, Pair with the Normal. I'm here with MaryLynn, and we just wanted to take some time. We're at a very historic location. This is actually one of the very first locations where they decided to craft entirely out of metal a giant dildo. And she was very excited when she saw it. I'm not entirely sure why. I just wanted to kind of point this out to you. What's really cool is it's got some fantails to kind of enhance the experience. I'm not entirely sure because giants weren't really a thing, so I'm not really sure if that was necessary or not, or maybe it was like a Guinness Book of World Records thing. We don't really know for sure. It's been lost in the annals of time. But it's really nice to be be down here, and of course, we're going to the Battleship New Jersey. Oh, you know what?
We're here for the soiree tonight.
I think that's actually a propeller. Now that I'm looking at it. But don't quote me on that. It's probably the other thing, but it's also possibly a propeller.
That last little tidbit reminds me of your little the final piece of commentary you do in that Bigfoot episode about you wearing your underwear like 10 different ways or some shit.
Yep.
Oh my God.
For 2 weeks. Yep.
Right? And that's, look, anybody hasn't seen it, that's valuable information out in the wild. Okay. It could possibly save your life, or at least keep you from getting butt crusties. You know.
I think Angus joined at the right time.
Hi, Mike.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
What's up, buddy? Long time no see, but we're about to get real busy.
Yeah. December, take December off, right?
That's it. And it seems like it's been forever, huh?
Yeah. Blink of an eye. Now here we are again.
Yeah.
So, Mike Angus, we're going to be on for probably at least another hour.
Yeah.
We're going to try to make it to midnight on Central Time.
Oh my.
I've actually got to go, but
yeah,
I hope you all have fun.
Vince,
and
see you, buddy.
I will see all of y'all very soon.
Yeah.
Love you.
Okay.
You soon, man.
Yeah.
Don't do drugs.
Or is he gone now?
Yeah, he's
gone. Yeah, now we can talk about him.
Can we talk about him?
Michael John Angus, when did you realize that your hairy legs were the missing link between man
Instead of were your ears burning, were your legs burning?
Yeah. With Santa Claus? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You took this picture of Santa Claus in your shorts, and I didn't know where his beard ended and your legs began.
Yeah. I can grow hair, that's for sure.
My God, man.
Yeah.
I think you might be half alpaca.
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Do sometimes in the middle of the night, do you catch your wife trying to braid it?
No.
No? Okay,
Maybe
I wasn't
save it.
sure. Holly.
What's up, Holly?
Weird. So, Mike, man, when are you
What's
going
up?
to do your own show?
Oh, I don't know.
We talk about it often.
All the time.
Dude, I bring it up to him every single time I see him, and he says the same thing.
Well, you know what, though? We have recently kind of developed some pretty cool ideas that we hope we can get worked out a bit. So
I think he should do. Like haunted, like fire stations, and you should also hit up barbershops.
Barbershops.
Yeah, man. Hey, I need you to trim it up. You know?
Oh my.
Sorry.
You all right? You got the vid?
Oh man, I got the flu over Christmas. I'm doing much better now, but I still have like drainage, you know?
Yeah.
What are you drinking there, Michael John Angus?
I'm on duty, so water.
yeah,
Okay.
probably
Yeah.
best.
No fun stuff tonight.
Oh, go ahead, buddy. Hey, take some Advil, Excedrin. I don't know, a speedball, meth, whatever. Take something.
So, Mike Angus, would you say a full moon or a New Year's Eve? Which are harder on your shifts there?
Probably full moons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve, pretty much people have it planned out. It's pretty much, point A to point B. But yeah, full moons is when all the crazy. It's usually 3 days before and 3 days after. It'll pick up with weird calls and odd stuff. Forever, as long as I
So
can.
you don't get a lot of weird calls on New Year's?
Nah, not really. It's you would think. I mean, over the years, yes, I've ran vehicle accidents and that kind of stuff, but nothing out of the ordinary stands out that I can remember.
Man, if you guys ever have a chance to like just sit down and talk about his history and like firefighting, it's insane. He's been like everywhere.
Couple places.
It's true.
It's crazy.
But yeah, hopefully.
I want to go out west for
yeah, I did forestry.
Wildfires.
Yeah. About 11 different states. I was actually
he's done hurricane relief stuff. He's done Pennsylvania. You worked up there. I mean, you came from there.
Yeah.
I want to say you talked about a car crash. You had to pull out the jaws of life, and it was like opening up a can of tomato soup.
Which time?
Which one? Yeah. No, I mean that's a lot of people don't know, but I was a volunteer for a little while, and I don't know if it's like this for you, Angus, but for us, we got way more stuff in form of like car accidents or people getting hurt than fires. Fires are like minimal in comparison to like everything else.
Right.
Well, fires, I figure you pretty much just get like the inhalation.
Yeah, but it not even hardly that, right? Like people typically have the mindset to get out. I mean, there are some.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's seen plenty. But yeah, typically it's just you're trying to keep it from destroying somebody's house.
Right.
Well, I assume like fires in like homes, people have a chance to get out, but like fires on like a car or something. Like
yeah, so that happens on occasion.
That's like when we get like stuck, you know?
Yeah, I went through like a stint of them for a while. It was weird.
Yeah.
We had one where we put up on one time we were called for a vehicle accident, a car fire. We get there, the car is basically just smoking at that point. And unfortunately, the person couldn't get out. Was basically a critter inside, you know. And it's just odd stuff. Like, how does that happen? You know, then I had a guy running underneath a tanker truck with a pickup truck.
Oh, dude,
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Have you ever dealt with motorcycle accidents?
Oh yeah,
they're really brutal.
Did you tell him you came out hard there?
It was before all cell phones and that kind of stuff, dude. I mean, if we had the technology. If I had it then, you know, like we do now, the stuff that.
How long have you been doing firefighting?
Oh my God! I started when I was 15. I'm 15 now.
Holy
I started as a volunteer.
I think that's when I started. When I was like, it was like 15 or 16.
Yeah, junior program. I mean, it was to the point as a volunteer that I mean, I was going and burning houses at the age of 16. I got my EMT when I was 16.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, so I was like running in the back of the ambulance with grandma with the driver up front. I was 16 years old, running medical calls. Yeah, it's been a journey, that's for sure. The stuff that I've seen, and I've been fortunate, you know, to be in the places that I have been in, to make a difference and to learn stuff and learn lessons and, you know, grow. So actually I was too young to take it with the states, and my mother actually had to take EMT with me. So she actually got her EMT license. Yeah, that's a little secret or a little unknown fact. But yeah, that time you had to, I guess it was the trade school or the Votech or whatever where they taught it at. You had to be 18 or be something, I don't know, but you could still ride the back of an ambulance.
That's crazy.
But yeah, a long time, real long time. That's all I know.
So dude, I remember like when I joined, and curious if this is similar to you, like after you become a firefighter, isn't it weird that like you find yourself, like even when you're not like on a call or something, you always find yourself in these like weird emergency situations?
Yeah.
Like you're attracted to them somehow.
Yeah, the universe lines it up somehow that you're there. Oh yeah, that's for sure. And definitely with when it comes to investigating and doing this kind of stuff, you're so hyper focused, and the lack of one sense heightens another, and that really, you know, plays.
Mike from Charm City.
What's that?
Sorry, Mike said there's nothing Tito's can't fix, right? And I said yes.
But yeah, it's something. I don't know. I was meant to do it, I guess, if that makes sense.
So you know what's crazy about that is I've noticed that a lot of firefighters are really like low key. My uncle, I guess my great uncle, Uncle Johnny, when he finally passed, he was 101 years old. Okay.
He spent the last 20 years of his life eating Michelinas. Okay. His wife passed away very young, or I guess in the 80s. Her name was Olga. In fact, it was the painting that I had talked about in the first episode. Well, actually, I don't talk about it in the first episode, but I talk about it on the Speakeasy episode.
Oh, yeah.
I talk about how there's a woman in a blue dress. That painting was painted by my Aunt Olga, who was married to my Uncle Johnny. Aunt Olga died from cancer. Uncle Johnny continued on. Uncle Johnny was a firefighter. I did not know that. I knew that he was in World War II, only to find out that he was actually a midship gunner during D-Day. He did 20 successful missions, and it got slow. So they went to just one midship gunner. So he basically lost and had to take the first shift off. So his crew goes out, gets shot down, dead to a man. He winds up on the next plane. It also gets shot down. He survives. The Germans shooting at him run out of ammo. And the second you hit the ground, the Geneva Convention kicks in, and they're not allowed to shoot him anymore because he's unarmed. So they have to take him as a POW. He's a POW for 2 years. Goes through all of this, gets home, goes to LA County, resumes his job as a firefighter, and becomes a fire captain for the next 25 years.
Isn't that crazy?
Right? Completely unassuming gentleman, never had any clue that he went through any of this. And all he would ever say up until the day he died, when I asked him about, his time, all he would say is, well, yeah, I was in the war, and oh man, when I was a POW, I was just so hungry. Up until like the last week of his life, the man could eat like 3 filet mignons. It was crazy. But apparently getting food, like I said, because POWs, the Germans were running out of resources. They didn't have a lot of food. So that was like the big thing for him was, oh man, I was just so hungry. That was like all he could like remember.
Hunger.
That's crazy, dude.
Was that hunger? Yeah. So I mean, even to fighting all the fires and all of the craziness that he went through in LA, right? That's what he remembered the most was, oh man, out of everything, it was the hunger that got me.
Interesting,
wild,
yeah. Story.
But Mike, you really kind of embody that too. You're very low key, right? It's not like a huge part of your personality. You do your best to kind of be like, hey, I've seen some terrible things, but look, I don't want to drag you guys into what I've gone through, right? I want you guys to be happy and see the positive things that I've been through and the people I've saved. And it's not so much about all these horrors that I've also seen, right? Because you've probably seen some shit.
Couple things.
Right? Like your hairy legs.
Yeah. Santa liked them.
He did.
Well,
yeah, I think that's like a firefighter trait for sure. Like I don't know, man. I haven't seen nearly as much as he has, and I know that because the amount that I've seen in the short amount of time that I was a firefighter is enough to make you wonder, like, what am I doing? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, you know what? Look at how many normal people have even seen a dead body.
Oh, bro.
Right?
He has guaranteed seen a dead body in every fashion that you could think of.
Yeah.
It's crazy. When I first saw my first few dead bodies, it's eerie, right? To know that there's no light on in there.
It is weird.
They're gone. It's different. It's different when you see a person, especially if it's somebody.
That's something that you have to remember too. Like, there's plenty of calls. You know those people, right? People don't think about that. Like,
I just asked MaryLynn for your address.
Well, and Mike, I know I've said it before, but thank you for all you do, because I mean, people don't realize.
You're welcome.
I know when I had my head-on car accident when I was in my 20s, they had to use the jaws of life, because the driver's side door crushed me and the engine in my lap, all of that. And they
Jesus.
were amazing. They like, I was in and out of consciousness, of course, but they took care of my son who was in the car with me, who was fine. He was 3. And, you know, we made sure to visit them later. And I'll tell you, to this day, I still give to the Firefighters Association continuously.
That's great.
It is.
That's great.
It is
And look,
interesting,
Lawrence,
man.
his dead bodies are creepy, and he would know because he was one.
Yeah, I got to know people from all walks of life, you know, in that short amount of time that I was one. And the one thing that, like, when you go to a call, though, it's like all of anything else going on is turned off. Like, it doesn't even like, it's just weird, like switch. Like, they're just engaged in what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. Like you're trying to organize chaos at a quick speed and be slow enough, like playing chess, if that makes sense. Like
it's done so well, though. It really is.
You got to know
So, Mike,
your move.
with doing this as a firefighter, getting into the paranormal, I know it's kind of like a natural. Are there a lot of firefighters that just kind of just shut that off, or do they believe, or is it just kind of a person by person thing?
Most of the time.
I don't know, because I've never been a firefighter.
I got to take a break while we do the
different
ball
mic.
drop. I'll
Sorry.
be back in just a second.
Oh yeah, the ball drop. In.
Yes. Yeah, ball drop is coming for
Not
us.
Mike's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, be careful what ball drop. I don't know what time. What time is it?
His hasn't dropped yet.
Is it the ball's
It's
not coming down yet.
11:59.
They're fucking singing. Quit singing.
Here it comes.
All right, hold on a second.
Oh my!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
They didn't drop. They didn't show the ball drop.
Everybody on the East
Where do you
Coast.
see the ball drop at? I'm on
TV.
I don't know. It happened to me when I was like 12.
Oh yeah.
Look at, I get
the
to
hell?
celebrate it with the 2 mics and everybody that's on the
Yeah.
chat. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
And me.
Oh, there's MaryLynn. You scooted for a second.
I've got my what's this called? Prosecco sparkling
Yeah,
wine.
it's not meat. Remember, Mike, it's not meat.
Yes, right. It's not. That's what's
There
that? What is
goes
it,
the ball.
Yeah. Oh, you see it?
Yeah, they're really
Oh
behind.
yeah, look at that New Year's gift.
Maybe I'm watching Roku. That's why it's behind.
Woo.
Isn't it delayed? Aren't those
Yeah, I
streaming
think just a
services
little.
About a
delayed?
minute or so.
Hey, there's a puppy dog.
George said he's ready for his podcast.
Oh God.
He's
Happy
been,
New Year.
There you
he's
go.
been sleeping,
Yeah.
so he's like real snuggly right now.
Mike, did you
Josh,
not
I
like
saw
it?
your post.
That was
Josh,
awful.
your post on your dog.
Yeah.
It was so cute.
That's it.
Hiya, Georgie.
Old Angus has got to know George Bailey pretty well these
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
He's the real rock star.
It's the real deal.
Yeah.
We all float down here.
Sweet fella.
Well, I know I've talked with Mike Angus. I mean, actually, with all of you guys, but we've talked about with my company, with Own Your Path, about doing some things here coming up this year. I want to start bringing to light for people, you know, some of the things that all of us, you know, we all know each other and love each other, and in the paranormal community. What is that? Oh yeah, my stone. I'm like, what is that?
I keep it right here
So-
on my desk.
You got it. Stone?
Yes, I had stones engraved with my company initials and gave them. Actually, it was when we were at Eloise. I don't know if you got yours, Mike, but I had a bunch of them there for you guys. And it's
course.
to
I
help
think
you
it's somewhere.
remember your steps in life and to be proud of them and, you know, your perspective in life. But I want people to realize that, you know, there's probably people out there that are like, oh my gosh, those guys are so lucky to be on Beacon. They're so lucky to do this. They don't realize the backstory. And like how we're talking about with Mike here, like there are so many people with amazing stories. Each and every one of you have such a great backstory. And, you know, I want to make sure that people realize, like how we were talking about Vince too, all the hard work he's put into things.
Well, you don't need to bring Vincent.
He's gone.
Yeah, well, let's slow down
there's a
little
couple
bit,
of points about that, man. Like, I think I could probably speak for everybody in here, especially when we do events and conventions and everything. Like, when we go and do all of that stuff, whatever we have going on, and pretty much any time, whatever we have going on in our own lives, like all the struggles or any issues that we have, like, we put that stuff to the side because it's not.
Absolutely.
You know, if we're at an event, it's because somebody wants us to be there, and we want to make sure that we're the best version of ourselves for the people around us. That doesn't make us immune from
All right,
being.
I gotta run.
All right.
Oh,
Be
man.
safe.
All right,
Happy
buddy.
New Year.
See ya.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man.
Make sure you give mouth to mouth. But you know, you're right. In fact, Josh, you can remember this too. When I did the Virginia City, and I'd hurt my back.
Yeah.
But you know, what I tell you, I said, no, I mean, it's not about me. Show's got to go on.
So
right?
he was literally walking like his legs here and his back this way. He was end up having to go to the hospital afterward.
There's been several times with him.
We've
told him like he's got to stop.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know, when you do this,
it's a passion.
You know, it's not about. Yeah, it's a passion, and you know, it's not. I'm not trying to make it about me. I want it to be about
what's going
you
on
as a
my
fan.
internet.
You know, or getting to know me. Yeah, you had a little freeze there. Couple of freezes. So, oh, there you go. You're good. But yeah, you know, and it's one of those things where I want everyone to, I guess, you know, Josh, and you can attest this, Kelly, you too, and MaryLynn, I'm sure. You want everyone to see when they come to visit you, you want them to have a positive experience, right? Because they've gone out of their way, you know, they've either spent money, they've spent time, even if it's no more than them just spending the 6 feet to walk over to you, you know, there's been some type of expenditure to come and see you. So you want to leave them with the best possible outcome for their time and for, you know, so they feel like they've gotten value for the reason.
Right. And you don't know what their day has been like, right? I mean, it could.
You absolutely don't, right?
That whatever 2 minutes, even though for you may, I mean, we're always our own worst like critics about like who we are and things that we do in life. But to anybody else, it could be like those 2 minutes could be like the best time that they had that day, that week, that month. We don't get to be the judge and jury about like the struggles that other people experience. You know what I mean? So the best thing we can do is just be the best version we can of ourselves to them.
And I think this is anybody here who's just said Happy New Year. I think this is a big takeaway too. Ron, Len, Christy, Trina, Crystal,
Krista.
You got to understand. Maybe a good New Year's resolution is to realize that anybody that's in our industry, you know, we have the ability. If we have the ability to make your day a little bit brighter, you know, we should act upon it. You know what I mean? We should take
absolutely
that as a, you know, because anytime somebody comes and says, Mike, thanks for making me laugh, I was having a hard day, and I get those messages pretty often, and it makes me go, hey man, no thank you. You know what I mean? Because you're helping me. You know, you're helping me, I guess, justify my own attitude.
But see, Mike, that goes back to us as well, doing this. You know, we have things going on in our lives, and because I know you've had a lot of stuff happening, and you don't show. You know, you let it. The public is not going to know what we're going through because they shouldn't.
No, I mean, and you know, that's at the end, it's ours to deal with. You know, I think that. Yeah. But you know, at the other side of that is like it's a choice. What we do is a choice. you can always be a paranormal investigator, right? And we're those things, but we're also content creators, and we're also, our biggest roles are an act of service to the public, right? People will never know how many fundraisers we do, how many things we do to preserve like historic places, how much time and effort we put into all of that stuff as well.
It's all the hours in the background that nobody knows about. It's just
when we're sleeping 2 hours a day, or sometimes not sleeping at all. It is one of those things of like, but then every day we get up to try, especially when we're doing events and conventions, and even when we're filming, we get up to try and be just the best version of ourselves to get whatever we have to get done with that day. But at the end of the day too, like, without everybody that supports us and without like their appreciation for the stuff that we do, like Beacon wouldn't be able to be a thing, Searchers wouldn't be able to be a thing. Beacon is a network that's not funded by multi-million-dollar investors, right? It's not funded by well, it specifically isn't, because we want it to remain as true as it can be to the viewers, right? So that's what matters to us. It isn't that it matters about us controlling it. It's that we know that we can count on ourselves to be reminded of the fact that the viewers are the people that matter in that situation. Like, so while not every choice that we make can be made centered solely around how many views something got, it should be the priority and primary metric that we look at, right?
So let me ask you a question, Josh.
Yeah.
Do you think, what type of role did me approaching you and Shane regarding Pair with the Normal play into deciding to create Beacon?
So Beacon was already a thought, right? But what is really interesting about that is you didn't know that when you asked me. So he had no idea that and even when we told him about it, we were like, listen, like, because so Mike and MaryLynn are in a unique situation where they fund a lot of their stuff, right? So they funded a lot to get their productions done. But that's because a lot of that too was because he approached me before Beacon was ever a thing. And so when we knew that it was going to really become something, we did offer that to them, and we're like, hey, listen, we are doing this. It's a ground up thing, like most things that we do. But we have been, for better or worse, have been involved in the network television world. And while there are some financial upsides to that, there are a lot of downsides creatively. There are a lot of downsides to be able to even have the freedom outside of filming, right? To do things. People don't understand that being casted for a show, you get little to no say about any of that. Getting a show picked up and sold is like winning the lottery. It's not, and that's just it, right? Because there's a lot of metrics going on that revolve around investment monies. A lot of these businesses are publicly traded, right? So they have to make decisions based on the people that own their company and keeping people happy. So that's why it's important to us, right? Is because if we allow too many people to invest into it for only the sake of getting money, then it creates everything comes at a price, right? And we have to be careful about that, because you could wind up like that. And I know that there will be more bigger opportunities as far as that is concerned down the road, and we will take every single one of them to heart, because it matters. Like, we would rather struggle today and know that at least it's still going to be true to the viewers than give that up. You know what I mean? Because if then you lose the whole trajectory of why we wanted to do it, essentially.
Well, and you guys were guys were fans first too, so you know what you want to see.
You know, we're fans. We all watch the stuff, but not just that. But we're fortunate to be friends with a lot of the people that also view that stuff. We're also friends with a lot of people that were casted on a lot of these shows. So we literally watch people very often lose their jobs for no real reason, right? So there's no
when
answer
I first met Josh,
to that, but
he was wearing a shirt that said Zach Bagans is my hero. So yeah.
And so like it matters. It's a twofold situation for us. It matters that I think it's one of the bigger things that really like strikes a nerve with creators when we talk to them is we, take Brian and Rochelle, for instance, talking to them about stuff. We were like, hey, yeah, we know that you were on A&E's Ghost Hunters. Don't care. What do you want to do? Sarah Lemus, we're going to be doing a project with her. Same thing. We sat down with her and we were like, hey, we know you're on X, Y, and Z shows. That's great. And I know that they impacted your life a lot, right? But who's Sarah? And what do you want to do? Right? Because to us, yeah, sure, you came to know a lot of these people from the TV shows they're on. But since they've been in the space outside of that TV show, you know them for them. So what can they do? So Brian and Rochelle's show, they brought that idea to us and we said, hey, they brought a couple of ideas to us. That was the one that we felt would be.
Yeah. Most of them were horrible.
Yeah. So I think Galliano, you were part of the first discussions with that stuff. Yeah. But we got to basically, I felt like the road trip was going to be very representative of Brian and Rochelle's relationship, right? And you get to see a lot of their banter and stuff. So anybody that's seen them talk at conventions and stuff of that nature, that's the best part about it. There's Castro. He says, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
What up, Castro?
Well, plus,
so
you guys have such a diversity on there too. I mean, it's all the different shows. You're not just concentrating, on one type of show or just two or three. You guys have every gamut that any fan would want on there.
Mike from Charm City was on here earlier. We reached out to them because I thought, one, they're doing their own content. Two, it's really well done. And then three, they're very traditional in the way they investigate. And so demographically, when it comes to like people that watch this stuff, there's always going to be a space for that traditional stuff. But then if you go and you look at Pair with a Normal, those are these like little outlier edge areas that have the potential to really shape the way people view their ability to enjoy paranormal TV, right? But it matters on how you do it too, right? The goal would be to try and give people an experience through these episodes with Pair with a Normal and even with Adventures with Rochelle in a way where they're like, man, I don't really believe in the paranormal, but I enjoy this.
It's a stepping stone, so to speak, into it. And and on the other side of it, sometimes we all know it can get really serious, like what we're involved in.
Right.
And so it's really nice to have this outlet, to
a bit of a refresher, right? And then like we're not pretending for it to be any more than what it is, right?
But I mean, like MaryLynn's very talented,
Absolutely. And that was the thing going into that is like investigating and paranormal experiences are real. The stories behind them are real. None of us are arguing any of that or even pretend to make fun of it. That was the biggest thing. So if you notice the way Mike approaches things, it's sorry to say this, Mike, but it's a laugh at Mike show, to be honest.
Exactly.
Right?
100% is exactly what.
And that was the intention of it.
That was the intention of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Very introspective.
Right. But then the other challenge with that is like, how do you do it unscripted? Because we do want it to be unscripted as well, right? Because so when they investigate, there have been often times where, I mean, you'll see it in the Washoe Club 100% because I've seen the video. We caught something on camera, but me and MaryLynn heard it in real time too. So you'll hear it too. So things happen, right? Things happen when we investigate. Things happen when at the Hoover House, when you guys were investigating, Shane and I were like giddy at each other behind the camera because he's talking about a device and
it's going off.
I think he froze again.
Oh no.
It was
He's
a
just building
cliffhanger.
suspense,
He left us with a cliffhanger.
Well, and that's the thing too for us, kind of on the other side of it, this being our first show. I think for me, and I think for Mike too, just being able to see us on TV was like a surreal moment to say, hey, that's us, when we've actually done that. It was like, we're on TV. So, it's just, it was cool. And it's something that I want to continue doing it. It's just fun.
We couldn't have done it without our tens of fans.
Yeah.
It's been incredible.
Well, but Mike, like I love seeing how you've progressed also.
Right. Yeah. That was one of the things that we wanted to kind of showcase was that there could be this progression, yet you could also, stay the same, right? Like you could be the same person, but you can still acquire.
Learn and grow, but continue to be the same.
And I think with their series you're going to have these longer story arcs that expand past like seasons and stuff like that. These little snippets of things. One thing Shane and I always really like is as we continue to film episodes for them, seeing their professionalism and being able to really they've really grown in that aspect too, become way more, I guess, normalized to the idea of like getting in the game and doing it. They know what the job is, right? Going into it.
It's a little bit more natural.
Yeah.
Because I know the first time I was so nervous.
Oh man, yeah. I think it really, really hit you when we did the commentary for your first episode because when we do the commentary or when we do interviews and everything, like production equipment wise always has like the most equipment because there's a lot of like oftentimes we have to set up lights, we have to mic the person, we have to boom mic them. There's just a lot of setup to it, so it's to be and then you're the only one in front of the camera when you're doing
and then
that
all
stuff.
eyes on you.
Yes, so
and you got all this stuff in your face and the lights and
they don't know what we're going to ask them because we've been collecting that through the investigations. So it's but to that point too, they do it now and it's very like smooth. Again, I go back to we filmed at the Blakely County Jail was the last episode we filmed. It will not be the last one that's in the season. It's the last one we filmed though. And I still believe that it was probably one of the smoothest episodes that we filmed. Like it really ran really well.
Yeah, that was great. It was cold too. I will say it was quite cold and we were just very fortunate that there happened to be a Domino's across the street. I will say that worked out to our benefit. It's different, especially with like Mike Cook when he came to interview me and MaryLynn for Pair with the Normal for our first episode. I know I am a different breed of human, right? I'm not. I'm not normal. So it takes a lot. Not only is it just, me getting used to the camera, but it's also you guys trying to get used to how I operate.
Well, that's a good point. And your wife said something, you never know what comes out of Mike's mouth. We also don't ever know what Mike's going to do, like while we're investigating. We have no idea.
What he's putting into his mouth.
Or what he's brought with him, what he's coming dressed as. We have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
And
a challenge for me too, of having to respond and try to figure out in the moment, what am I supposed to do with this?
It's the only way to keep it unscripted too,
Yes.
right? It's the only way.
Yes.
It's fun.
It is
And
fun.
that's where
It is
it's a
fun, and there's
challenge for
plenty
me
of
to-
times we're laughing
Yeah.
behind the camera, and I'm like, okay, well, this was awesome, but you have to reset it because
Yeah.
I couldn't keep you in frame because you were tripping over a motorcycle or something. I mean, well, there's one episode you fall down a flight of stairs, and I'm like, this dude's got a
Yes.
terrible back. Mind you, I'm like, is he going to be able
I
to
know.
walk after this? Like,
And
for me, it's also trying
newsflash,
not to
I
laugh
cannot.
when he's doing stuff like
Yeah.
that, because I'm not supposed to, so
Yeah.
it's challenging.
Right, trying to keep it together. And then, if a take does have to be redone, then that the pressure's on me because I don't want to do the same thing, right? Because last thing I want to do is become repetitive. So then I always want to change it, because to me, I look at it as, okay, well, I have an opportunity to, I guess, I get a second chance. It is the way I look at it, versus like, I'll have to redo it. Oh, dang. Well, I look at it more as I have a second chance to be myself and to allow the scene to grow and to become something different. So
that's a good point too.
And I never know
That's a good point too. When you do your
Yeah.
commentary now, there's one thing that I notice now when you get in preparation for that, like you do take a second now to think about your responses.
Yes.
In like the first 2 episodes, he was just out like on a beat,
Yeah.
ready, like
Yeah.
slinging them. But you can only do that so much without recycling the same stuff, right?
Yeah.
So
right. And you don't want to do
so
that.
there's
And
some
then it gets to
pressure
the point
behind
where you're
that.
like, okay, I want it to be more, I want it to be more like specific, case appropriate,
Yeah.
and go from there. And and it's good. It's helped me out a lot, just as a person, to learn how to, like, I guess, roll with punches. You know what I mean? Because you never know what you're going to come across, especially when we filmed for Searchers, actually. Because when I came to do that, I wasn't there to be Mike the personality. I was there to be Mike the worker.
I mean, that was a
It great to
physically
get to
brutal
see,
one too, in comparison, right? I mean,
it was.
It was nonstop. So like,
But you got to be.
Kelly drove by me.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would say Kelly drove me by a giant butthole, so there was a lot to take
Well,
in.
I was going to say, you got to be in a bathroom with us. You should have been happy at Eloise in a bathroom,
I was. I was. That may have been my own design. I'm not going to say it was or wasn't.
I mean, the only real break that we had during that time, Kelly, was the day that we all went to the Whitney. So like,
yeah,
keep that in mind. After that, it was filming every day,
right?
And traveling and sleeping in the RV every day.
No, I was glad to be able to take you guys there, and I know at first a couple of you were like, "Wait, where are we going? Why?"
Well, it's cause too. We had just gotten there after like this 12-hour trip for us. So like, and we're staying in a campground,
Yeah.
But it was like just trying to get that energy to even get up and do something at the time, and the cold weather doesn't help, obviously.
And then you were like the Whitney, and I was like, stay away from the bathtubs.
Oh my God.
Turns out
But it was. I'm glad that we went. I'm glad that we went and had dinner there. It was a really unique place. The challenge and the biggest thing that we do that networks don't do is we cram a lot of production into a short amount of time. It's super challenging. We're doing that even with Paranormal Mysteries, and it's going to be challenging to do. But we always have like smaller crews too. And it's not because we can't you've seen the Pair with a Normal stuff. You've seen the Searchers Afterlife stuff. We can definitely do it. Right. But not having those extra hands and then not having that extra day even is it's tricky, right? So, and then like Pair with a Normal stuff is almost piggyback to Vince almost every time.
Every time, yep.
So
Well,
if you
and
could
then
imagine
the
doing
thing
that
too-
and then going into an event or doing an event and then going into filming.
Yeah.
And then we also
And we do
work-
that to try to, cut down on
Yes.
So we also work full-time
But,
jobs too.
Yes. Yeah.
And a lot of people, so we do those, and then as soon as we're done with our full-time job, it goes into we're editing or we're filming, or it's nonstop.
How many times have I mean, even when we go to film Paranormal Mysteries, the day, our first travel day, I'm working.
Yeah.
And then flying or driving.
Well,
that happens all the time.
Yeah.
But it's because me and Mike have to specifically too, because we are gone a lot, right? And we don't remote work, so we just have to squeeze as much work time as we can into it while we're gone, and then it's gonna bite us in the ass eventually. But we're just gonna do it while we can do it.
Well, see, that's where I do the remote work. So
I know.
Mike and
That's
whoever's
awesome.
usually driving, so they started calling me the passenger princess. So I'm sitting in the back seat with my computer, and I'm working and connected to my Wi-Fi and my hotspot. So I'm continuing to work as we're driving down the road. So they're laughing at me, and because I ended up having to terminate a few people in the back seat as I'm going down the road. So.
You kind of learn to live in that kind of chaos, though, to be honest, over time. Like it gets exhausting, and I'm always tired. Like everybody's like, yeah, are you tired? I get that ass. I'm like, yeah, of course I am. But also you just kind of learn, I don't know, you get disengaged about worrying about it, and you just do it. Dude, I mean, me and Mike, we went and did Rock Island Paracon and drove to Wisconsin directly after and hung out with Bill there. Every bone in our body did not want to make that trip. I'm so happy we made that trip and did it, because we got to meet Bill for the first time, got to hang out with Jamie Lynn. She set all of that up, and everybody was just so super nice to us, right? And it's the same thing with like the Whitney. Like, we're so deadbeat freaking tired, but we do them because we know that we'll do them and enjoy it when we do it. And one of our regrets too is like when we do travel to these things, we don't really have a chance to just go and do, right? Or even sit down and have a dinner with people. People don't think about that when it comes to these
Sightseeing or
conventions
like
and events. We don't do that stuff. We go to these
it's just-
events, we
just
do
get
them,
in
and
do it.
and we leave. Like we don't have time to go and visit the local scene, whatever that is. It does not happen.
That was the 20 years I was in sports. That was the same thing.
Yeah, there you go.
It was
right?
like traveling the country all the time, and whether it was with soccer or with the NFL, it was, people are like, oh my gosh, you get to go to all these places. I'm like, I don't see them.
You won't see them.
I see the field, the pitch,
That's it. I mean, that's us, right? We see a
stadium.
convention space or a haunted location.
Yep.
That's what we see. But going to Wisconsin, as tired as we were, we got to sit down, have a meal with people that we have never had a meal with, right? Share stories. Then we got to go and hang out with Bill at the Broadhead. He gave us this excellent tour of Broadhead. And for once, it wasn't us like doing an investigation or filming an episode or speaking for a convention. It was just us hanging out, getting the tour of Broadhead. And then after we were done with that, we hung out and investigated for a little while. And we went back to
scaring the bejesus out of Penny Davis.
Went back and, went to sleep at the Airbnb. So it's like, on one hand, is it tiring? Absolutely. Right. Does it turn your life upside down?
I slept on
absolutely.
See, the thing is, for me, it's like we've been not filming lately, other than just.
And now you're like, I don't know what to do with my thumbs.
Exactly. It's like,
right.
What do I do? So
we live in such a fast-paced environment all the time. Yeah. I mean, it feels like if I didn't have to do all the production meetings that I've had to do with like Paranormal Mysteries, it truly would feel like it's been just been like an eternity, right? But it's also so strange, right? That we all like we're all over the freaking country, and yet we see each other way more frequently than most people see like their neighbors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Relatives, neighbors, even other friends.
Isn't it wild? Like, but that's kind of like the community that we live in, really, is like, because you do all these traveling, how many people that we see that are the same people at all of these things. It's really cool.
I mean, how often do we all see Mike Angus, for example?
So I mean, Mike has this ongoing thing where he
likes the guy, where he's just around.
He's committed to being in every show on Beacon as a Beacon original show. He's going to be in it to some degree.
To some
well,
degree.
he did make it on Parallel
He's
to
gonna be
Normal
like-
because you can see him in the background holding the camera.
Yeah, he'll definitely
he's
be.
like,
He'll definitely
he's
be
like
in
the
the
Stan Lee
Brian
for
and Michelle
Marvel.
stuff. I know that.
Well, I think when it's your love and your passion and all that, that makes a difference too. It's different if it's just a job, but this is something we all love and we're all curious about, we're all interested in and a passion that, but of course you have to look out for yourself too, that you don't burn yourself out, Josh. But but I think it's having a passion for it helps.
Josh can't hear you.
Oh yeah, can't hear you.
Can't hear you still.
This man, he's got more.
See, I told him he had to take time
problems.
off. He's working too hard. And
Well, and that's like Mike was talking earlier that just with growing and learning and just everything that he's doing, still can't hear you. And I feel like for me, just working with Mike, I've actually grown with, because I'm really shy, I'm quiet and just kind of reserved, and he is getting me out of that. And I'm getting a smart ass mouth like he does. It's growing on me.
That's awesome.
And I love seeing you get out there and have fun too, MaryLynn.
Yes, I am having fun. What are you drinking, Mike?
I picked up these immunity boost shots. Have you ever seen these at the store?
No.
I can't hear you guys, so hold on a second.
Oh, I think it's going around the horn.
So it's called Vive Organic Immunity Boost. It's elderberry, ginger, and turmeric.
The turmeric,
Hey.
yeah.
Oh,
We
you
heard
that.
just a second.
Now,
We heard now.
There you go.
how about now?
It's got to be a wireless.
So I think it has something to do. I don't know why my internet is acting a little weird right now. So I don't know.
I was going to tell you guys what's
There's the man and the myth. What's up, buddy?
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year's, man.
Happy New
How
Year.
you doing?
Doing all right.
How's the stream going? I popped out for a
Well, it
little
has
bit.
black
I almost
pepper
took
in
my finger off of the mortar.
Oh, perfect. America.
It's real close.
I'm going to try this, guys.
The fuse went out, and I was
Hopefully I
like, I
don't
got
die.
this. I could just relight it. Everybody's like, no, don't do it.
Don't
I'm
do
like,
it.
it's fine. It's fine. I lit it and like took one step back and it shot up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, scary. Won't be doing that again.
We used to have these wild New Year's Eve parties, man, where we would go around and collect up like everybody's Christmas trees that they put by the side of the road, and we would create this huge fire at my friend's house. And like, we were super, super reckless when I was younger, back in my band days, of course. And
I'm still
like,
reckless.
we would go and buy mortars and every firework imaginable, and we would just throw tons of gasoline on the thing, let it soak, and throw fireworks in it. And then, so if you can imagine, like, all these drunk people around this giant bonfire, and fireworks start going off, it quickly turns into like this horror story where people are
Chaos.
running and screaming and Roman candles are just shooting off sporadically everywhere. You're like, wow, this looks cool, but everybody's terrified. I don't know what kind of party we were gonna do.
I was gonna say, don't give Mike any
we would do
ideas.
fireworks board.
Dude, I used to do the craziest things. We bought this car for like $50 one time just to see if we can go out and flip it. Like we were just we just took it out into a field to go flip it, dude. We took one of those bonfires, we took the dude's couch out of his living room and went and threw it on the fire.
Oh my God. He wasn't sleeping on it, was he?
Josh, you should have gone to Michigan State University. We do that all the time here.
Yeah, I mean, like we were wild, but we also just didn't care about objects at all at the time, so it's whatever.
We would do firework wars where we would get RC cars and then we'd strap as many fireworks as possible to them, and then we would have the two RC cars fight each other. That was immensely fun.
That's awesome.
That's the only time I really truly appreciate fireworks is when it's destroying something. Other than that, like seeing them explode in the sky, I'm just like, eh.
Who wants that?
Yeah.
If they're not exploding
It's
in
not a
front of
big
somebody's
deal.
face, then like, what's the fun?
Yeah, it's fun
That's
until it
true. That's
happens
true.
to you.
I know exactly.
Right?
I want to see the fear in their eyes, man, when they realize th've made
Should
a
have been
dire
here.
mistake.
Gosh, I didn't know
Turned
you
around
were
and looked at everybody like,
Some backwoods Michigan stuff. Well, it's definitely some backwoods Georgia stuff. Yeah, for sure.
So, Mike, we were talking about you a little bit earlier, and there's rumor has it that one of your first jobs, you got a job working retail at a swingers club.
who told you that?
How did they know?
That's the rumor going
No,
around.
it's not a rumor because I only told one person and he's in this call right now. So why the fuck did you tell him, Josh?
Right?
That's
Try to put that life behind me, man. Come on now.
He showed us.
That's what I told him when I was telling him about it.
showed
I was
you the
like, he's really
video,
trying to
too?
put it he was really trying to put it behind him, man. Don't tell him.
I got.
So the irony to that is that actually happened to me, Mike.
You worked at a swingers
I
club?
actually applied for a job
Yes.
at a swingers club. I did not know it was a swingers club. I thought it was just a retail job. It was called the Green Door, so I thought it was a pharmacy. I thought it was like a version of Walgreens, you know? And I showed up all like 19 years old, right? You know, I'm dressed in my little suit. You know, I got my little, my resume, right? And I open the door, and there's just this wall of just like dildos and whips, you know, and there's like a chain pathway to like some sex chairs in the back. And they're like, "Oh, you must be Mike." I'm just like, all I could do was stick my head in because I couldn't physically force myself to go past the barrier. And I was just like, I've made a terrible mistake.
He was
and
like,
then I
"My
just
God,
shut the
what have
door
I done?"
and locked it.
What was the job
Yeah.
ad though? Like, how did you look at the job ad and get retail out of it?
It was on monster.com. This is early 2000s, okay? Monster.com, and it was as a retail sales associate.
Oh yeah, they could get anybody with that.
Dang, dude.
Right? I didn't know that the retail was dildos.
Fish in a barrel right
Yeah.
there. They got you
You
good.
left that part out.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
they're going to lead with that,
You
though,
left
to
out
be
a whole
honest.
full
They
business.
know the challenge is there.
Yeah.
How long did you work there?
Yeah.
He's still working there.
I didn't.
Still working there?
Yeah.
He's assistant to the regional manager now.
Oh man,
I am,
that's where
yeah.
the money's coming from, huh?
At this point. I practiced judo 3 days
I
a
mean,
week.
where do you think he gets
Still
all the
here.
crotchless pants from?
Yeah.
True. I
Right?
was wondering about all the outfits and all the videos. I'm like, where does
There
he get
you
all
go.
these elaborate setups?
Oh,
You thought they were Halloween
yeah, that
costumes.
reminds me. I was
Nope.
going to tell you guys. So I got the flu, and while I was sick, I don't know what was going through my mind, but I decided to order stuff from Amazon while sick. And I don't know, like, I wish I could remember everything that I ordered, but I got like socks and like a towel. I don't know, like I was ordering stuff.
Single towel.
And somehow I ordered a
I ordered a seagull costume.
Why aren't you wearing it tonight?
So I have this seagull costume now, and I don't know what to
We
do.
don't
with
believe
it.
you
So-
until we
Are
see
you
it.
really
Yeah,
questioning
you gotta
that?
wear it, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'll find some. I'll find some way
Yeah,
to
like
use
right
it.
now.
I assure you. But
You got at least 2 hours
right?
before the
Like,
ball
I
drops.
could.
for
I
you.
legitimately accidentally bought.
I
the
mean,
seagull
if you
costume.
don't
I'm not
start
even joking.
2025 in a seagull costume, then
Exactly.
are
We
you
need
even?
guys, Mike.
18 minutes.
Do you even care about your life?
18 minutes. Woo! Mike, so you're editing the rest of our footage. What do you think so far?
So right now I'm on Hoover House. It is difficult to cut through just because of the way that it was shot, but it's good. It's really good. All the episodes have been great so far.
Yes, a lesbian seagull. But yeah, the Hoover House is unique because I also came in costume, but I didn't know. I ordered it from Amazon, and I thought it was I was trying to do like a whole like Union Confederate thing, but I think somewhere maybe like Amazon got confused when I said Confederate and it
Yeah,
was for Federation.
it didn't
I don't
turn
know.
out that way at all. This was a very interesting
Yeah.
choice of outfit, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was good.
Did
I liked it a
Josh
lot.
send you the picture that I sent him the other day?
Oh no, you need to send it to him.
No,
Hold
We'll
on.
post it on
you have to
here.
send it. Yeah,
I'll just show it.
yeah.
It
there you go.
was a freeze frame. I was like scrubbing through the timeline,
And that's where it landed.
It's right where it landed. And I'm like, good Lord, look at this. And, I immediately sent it to Josh. I'm like, please send this to Mike, please.
All right, I put my glasses on for this.
That's
Like,
great.
you
It's like a
came in, you
recreation of
peeked in.
freaking the.
You peeked in and then you immediately
That's
stepped
like-
back out and then you peeked back in with the exact same face on. I don't know how you did it, but you did it.
Oh my god, dude.
That's some Shining stuff right there.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's a recre of a Shining.
That was
Yeah,
like
episodes have
him
been
in the
fun to work
woods
on.
with the generic beef stick.
Oh,
That picture.
Yeah.
What?
Kelly, what you don't understand is how many times I've had to tell this man he can't bring these like branded things and put them up in front of the camera. Like, look,
Got it
look
covered.
at this, everyone. It's Jack Links. You can't do
Yeah.
that, bro.
We need
You
to
could get
start-
creative
Yeah,
and make
'cause
your
we
own
did the whole
brands.
thing.
Yeah, we
You
need
could get like a
beacon
Slim Jim
here.
costume and stuff it and then call it like Fat Jack. I don't know, like just get creative with it. Wear different
Right?
brands, make up your own brands. That could be a part of your shtick.
Yeah, I
Just
should.
generic names.
Len Dorm, you might be Len.
Hey, listen here, Lynn
Um,
Dorman. I'm
but
born
yeah.
and raised in Georgia, buddy.
I didn't know. So he tells me because I got this Jack link, and we do the whole thing, and then he's like, Mike, dude, you can't say Jack link. Like you can't do that. I'm like, oh God, fine, right? So then I'm all generic meat stick.
Dehydrated meat stick.
And something else you might not know about that episode too. Anybody that's watched it, I almost died.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did. So I didn't know at the time, but I had an uncovered hatchet in my pocket. And when
I was like, how did you die this time? What did you do? I remember.
When I did the scene where I'm running away, I'm trying to escape, but I'm stuck in the tent. The hatchet had come out of my pocket and it started flipping around the tent, and it actually cut my hand. So I got really lucky that the only thing that cut was my hand, but I had a legit hatchet flying around the tent with me. It should have never.
Mike,
been in my
I'm
life.
sorry.
It's like
I
his
had to
own
rewatch
version
it.
of Russian roulette.
Yeah.
So he came fully prepared with a camping gear, toilet, all of that stuff. So
I did. Yes. Only a fraction of it made it into the episode, but I brought a lot.
the whole back of my car was full.
It sounds about every episode that we film with you. There's a lot. There's a lot happening.
There's a lot happening, and I never know exactly what I'm going to use, but I'm always over prepared.
Who got the Velcro tent instead of a zipper?
That was Mike.
Makes
That was
sense.
me.
For sure.
Hold on now. They said, Mike, make sure you bring a tent. They didn't tell me what type of tent I needed to
We
bring.
didn't think we'd need to
I
tell
was
you
on
not a
budget,
kitty tent.
okay? I thought I was saving money.
Mike's like, let me buy the most
I thought I was being
obnoxious tent
clever.
that I can find.
And fluorescent green, whatever those were. I'm not sure what you had on. Like,
He was trying to protect from the bugs.
The chiggers. And, the chiggers and the fleas. I was told that they were like lice or fleas or chiggers or whatever they're called.
that is a choice. That was a fashion choice. For sure.
Ticks. That's what it was, not fleas.
Oh, God.
I didn't know when I got it from Amazon, it was from the gay pride section. I didn't know that. So it was crotchless.
As are
You gotta-
most things
But it
that
did
you wear.
protect my
I don't
legs.
really understand like what's different here. Like,
Right?
dude, there was one thing that you wore. It was like it was a tuxedo, or you wore something, and you were stuck
That
in
was-
this
yeah,
costume
that
for
was
like
the,
ever.
Virginia City.
The peacock shoes.
Yeah, Virginia
Yeah.
City, where I wore the onesie.
That's what it was. It was the onesie. So that tuxedo was a onesie, right? Yeah.
was,
so you had to
correct.
wear that like forever. And like,
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and it was super cold.
Were you in that
Yeah,
when
it was
when
like-
Mike was choking on the sandwich or whatever?
No, that's a different
No.
trip.
Mike Cook.
Okay.
I could understand,
So that
Kelly,
was-
why
that
these
was
would all
when I wore
blend
my
in together
Federation
because it's literal chaos all the time. So
That's where I have to remember what's going on, and because I forget.
That's
Oh,
true.
God.
Yeah, so that was I wore the Star Trek outfit for that one, Gettysburg, but it was Virginia City's where I wore the tuxedo onesie, and that was look, and that's not even my fault, guys.
Nothing is.
MaryLynn told me it was a club. She said we're going to a club. Dress appropriately. So that's exactly what I did. I dressed as if it was a club.
But when do we go clubbing? Can we always go investigate?
That's right. That's what I thought. I was like, this is my chance. This is my one opportunity. You know, I was like Eminem. You got one shot. Mom's spaghetti on my vomit.
What?
Sweating already. Eating with a guy named Eddie.
I love Mike's
Ours.
face right now. Richie.
Ours.
Face.
This is my
He's
face.
like-
This is my face for like most of watching the stream. I'm just like,
What is he gonna say next?
what's he gonna say? What's he gonna do next?
He's like, do I keep that or not?
Hey,
It's awesome.
what's that?
Yeah, I
10 minutes left, guys.
You got
all
10
right.
minutes.
I'm out, man. I've drank everything I have. It's done.
You're good.
I kind of feel bad
This is basically
for
just a
Richey
small
over there because he's gonna have to sift through all of your nonsense.
That's how I feel about it.
Was that a goat?
Yeah. Have you seen any of the footage yet? From,
I opened the Hoover House
Savannah?
episode, and that's the first noise I made when I looked at all the files. Yeah.
Well, I'm
4 in the
gonna-
morning, I'm just like, I'll do this tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. So,
all right, guys.
you-
I think I am
I don't
done
want-
combating whatever this internet issue that I'm finding myself.
all right,
in.
buddy.
All right,
Yeah, we
guys.
only got
Happy
9
New
minutes
Year.
left.
Thank you for having me, Josh. Happy New
Looking
Year.
forward to 2025
Bye.
with you guys.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
We'll see each other soon.
See you
Good
soon.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Yep. Y'all too.
Good night.
How do I get out of here?
You don't.
You want me to boot you out?
Yeah.
It's like you're in an episode. It's like he was in an episode of Para with the Normal.
Right?
Right? It was such a Shane Pittman thing to do.
Oh,
So, Mike, man, what are you working on right now?
I'm working on.
I know you've got
your episodes and my episodes. I have like 6 or 7 videos in the backlog that we filmed all throughout this past year that I haven't worked on yet. And once we get all those caught up, we have like 10 or 12 locations planned between February and March. So yeah, very busy.
That's crazy,
Yeah.
dude. What's the hardest part about editing?
Sitting still and doing it.
Yeah,
I'm being totally
just
honest.
kinda
Yeah, like
committing.
committing to it, sitting down, looking at the mountain of work in front of you and being like, all right, just one step at a time. Just chip away a little bit each day until you get it done. Because a lot of the times I feel like most people or majority of people will sit down and put all their footage into the editor or just look at it all in front of them and get overwhelmed by it, because it is a lot. When you look at 3 to 6 plus hours of raw footage and you got it all stretched out in the timeline, you're like, I got to watch all of this. I have to cut through all of this. But once you get moving, like 20, 30 minutes, you're good. That's like the hardest part, is getting started.
So when you start getting through, like, I guess it's tough because when you're going through like 3 to 6 hours of footage, right? You're still trying to create the storyline, right? Because you've got to kind of condense that into what, like for our episode, it's 29, 30 minutes. Do you find that to be, I mean, like, do you start to see like the patterns even in your own show? Like the second you start editing, you go, okay, I'm starting to kind of get a rhythm of what I want to keep, what I want to get rid of.
Oh yeah. I mean, that comes with time. In the beginning, first like year or two of editing, I had no direction or sort of vision for the work that I was creating. It was just go film it, bring it home, watch it, cut it, release it. Because a lot of the footage that I was putting out in the beginning, it was just raw cuts. Like there wasn't interviews, there was no B-roll or intro or anything like that. So it was just a matter of presenting the evidence to people. And then over time, I started to sort of transition over to trying to blend cinematics, and I hate to use the word entertainment because of how that word is looked upon in this community, but for lack of a better word, cinematics and entertainment mixed with paranormal investigating. And over time, I started to kind of realize what to keep, what to cut out. And I got into a rhythm with it. I will say though, editing your guys' stuff is so much easier than editing my own work, because of the format of how your stuff is presented and how you're presenting it to the audience. There's like a clear cut path. You guys have a plan laid out. We're going to go here and do this, then we're going to do this here. All of our stuff is improv, like all of it. We shoot it on the fly.
Well, none of our stuff, all of our stuff none of it is
No,
scripted.
I know it's not scripted, but like in the sense of how you present it. You know what I mean? You're mixing paranormal and comedy, and like a lot of the focus is on the comedic aspect of it. Whereas with ours, we're trying to present like EVPs and evidence and stuff. So it takes so long to go through that, hours upon hours.
Yeah, you got to like cultivate.
Yes, and you're watching it 10 times over, so you don't miss evidence and having to make sense of stuff. And with your stuff, it's just like it feels very natural to just watch like one scene out of the 3 or 4 that's shot. Put that there, cut it into the next. I don't know. It's easier for me to sum it up.
I think that it's, you'd mentioned entertainment. In our show, Paranormal is more on the entertainment aspect, right? And that's kind of what we designed it for, was we wanted to do like a paranormal entertainment, something that was kind of an introductory, a taste, if you will, into that realm. And then if you really like it, and you go, man, there's some really cool stuff out there, then you go, hey, maybe I'll check out Charm City. Maybe I'll dive a little deeper down the rabbit hole. You know what I mean?
Or inversely
and
too, if you're watching our stuff and it's always serious all the time, like maybe you're like, I want to look for something. Does anybody have anything out there that's a little more lighthearted and fun and funny? And then they find your stuff. And yeah,
exactly.
So I mean,
sometimes you just need a break, right? You just need something to like reset your brain.
Well, what I like about ours too is age. My 5-year-old granddaughter absolutely loves watching Mike fall down and his screams and all that. So she's laughing and rolling on the floor. And then you've also got grandmas and grandpas and great grandmas and all of them listening to it and watching. So it's a big gambit.
And there's a good balance too between the both of you, because MaryLynn, your aspect of being a psychic and presenting genuine evidence and doing a real investigation brings in that audience of people who want to see that, and then you have Mike's comedic and entertaining side. So it's like you have that perfect blend, and the way that it's shot, I automatically see the vision when I start going through your guys' footage and how I imagine you would present it to people. I feel like, what was the hospital episode? I know I worked.
Yorktown.
Baton Rouge.
I feel like that was I feel like that's a perfect example of how you guys balance it, because you have the way it's cutting in between you two, how Mike is just being like a total goofball the whole time and cracking jokes, and it's funny. It's genuinely funny, and then it cuts back to MaryLynn and it's serious, and we're talking about and it's, I don't know, it just kind of takes you on like a roller coaster of sorts, and it's entertaining. It really is. Nobody else is doing it that way, because you either have sort of malicious satire when it comes to paranormal comedy entertainment. It's really just people making fun of the bigger ghost hunters, or it's non-existent at all. So you guys I feel like you guys are definitely tapping into a niche that doesn't exist yet. Well, at least not until now.
Well, thank you.
It's awesome.
Well,
It's good to be a pioneer.
Yes. And for us, we had never worked together. When we filmed Yorktown and doing Black Swan Inn, that was the first time we've ever done any kind of project together. So
It was probably a adjustment for you, MaryLynn.
Yeah, because I'm used to doing normal investigations and going in and doing, a real true investigation.
First episode, you're like, what the fuck did I sign up to? What is going on here?
Well, I kind of knew what I was getting into, because we had talked about it before, but it was how am I going to handle it? So it's just, it happens. We make it work.
And you can see how you guys are getting comfortable with it on each episode too. Like as I'm watching it and editing it, I can see how quickly you're transitioning into the role of who you are on camera. And it's great. You guys are killing it. I can't wait to see how 2025 goes for Para with the Normal.
Yep, we're excited for it.
It's gonna be
I'm excited
great.
to edit it.
We're really excited.
We have 1 minute.
You gotta get us on an episode of Charm City with
So the ball is about to drop.
Do a crossover. Oh yeah, that's right. 9:59.
Oh, there you go. I'm from the future. I'm here to tell you that it's pretty much the same. Nothing has changed.
No, Mike, tell them it's totally changed.
I mean, sorry, there was a technical error. It's totally changed.
Right.
Everybody run.
Now Mike is MaryLynn and MaryLynn's Mike.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Jamie.
We're behind.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year again.
We made it.
Woo. I still have 2 hours.
I know, Mike. I don't know if we can hang out with you that long.
4 hours.
I think we are done, folks. We will end it here. Happy New Year's to both the East Coast and
Thank
Central.
you, everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Everyone
guys.
who's been hanging on with us, you guys are awesome. I hope you have an incredible night. Drink, be merry.
Be safe.
Wake up the next day, get some Advil.
Be safe, most of all.
Drink lots of water.
And lots of water, or V. Not fans of our show, we didn't die.